Why? 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 Why?
Garbage.
Oh no, I went early before the time ran out, chat. To preempt any garbage. Because I'm always aware of garbage. Hello, and welcome in everyone to yet another... Oh my word. Get the heck out of here, chat. And let me do my intro in peace. Good evening to you, Rick. Good evening, Yos. Good evening, Rugmat. Congrats on being first, Rugmat. No one has claimed not first yet, interestingly enough. Rick could definitely claim it, because Rick is not VIP. That would actually come with benefits. Yeah, it didn't work out so well, did it, Yost? You've rolled an 11 on the d20, Rugmat. So yeah, here we are on Thursday, not Friday. Hello, Steffi. Yes, not doing it every time is key. So the thing is, Rugmat, that on the starting soon, I don't want things to play on that particular scene. So I don't have those things enabled on that scene. However, the source exists. So you can bring order to your conditions. Order in the court. Order! I demand order. Yes, now we are past that scene. I'm also not sure about the placement of the shoutout clip. It was over my face before. I think I need to do another improvement of the overlays. Particularly this one. Actually, what would be nice what would be nice is to move me out of the way. You know who I'm surprised to not have seen today yet? Is TD. I really thought I would have seen TD today. Yeah, I could make me smaller. Could make me smaller and then make the shoutout clip big. That's an old clip.
Wow.
Yeah, he's probably busy, you know. People have lives. You never ever have to apologize for not making it to my stream, by the way. That's right. Just FYI.
Can't do it.
Remove myself.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live.
We are indeed doing everything live
I'll write it
as
and we'll do it live.
we do here on Twitch. We do everything live.
Garbage.
Live garbage indeed. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my keyboard. Yoast landed for 39.39. That's very lovely. Congratulations. You may notice a few things are different today, which is fine, because we're going to talk about them. We are going to talk about them, but we will cover the meme of the day
Garbage.
first. Garbage in the background? Yes, actually, the background is full of garbage. Indeed. So welcome in. I hope everyone is having a good week so far. I have made some schedule changes. So you've all known that I've been now streaming in the Thursday slot for a few weeks. The data is decisive. The data is clear. The data could not be more clear. The Thursday slot is better than the Friday slot from a viewership and followership perspective. It is not good from a news perspective. Mean viewers on Friday. Hi, Sendao. Are you a mean viewer? Are you saying that you're mean on Fridays? Wait, no, sorry. Do you mean viewers on Friday are average? Because mean is average. So are you talking about Friday viewers being average? Or are you saying that you're mean on Fridays? Or are you saying that viewers on Fridays are more mean than on Thursdays? Not average any other day. Only Fridays, of course. Interesting. Did not first break? Did no one just want to claim not first? Very interesting. Normally it gets claimed. It hasn't been claimed. We could do some kind of like statistical analysis thing of like how long does it take between first and not first being claimed and blah blah blah. Anyway, it's not there. What are you talking about? I can see it in the list. I can see it. Can none of you see it? Are you trolling me, Steffi? There is a channel point redemption in the list. It says not. Yeah, Rockmac can see it. Sendao, redeem the channel point redemption not first if you can see it. Or Mia, hi Mia, if you can see the channel point redemption not first, redeem it. maybe you can't be not first, Steffi, because you're just not first. Sendao, congratulations. You now have VIP powers for 3 minutes. What does VIP do for you? Well, I guess you'll have to find out. I guess you will have to find out. That's right, mostly memes. Mostly memes. You don't get a badge. The badge updates, it just takes a few seconds sometimes to update the badge. It's already gone, so you can only do it once. That's correct. Not first is a single time redemption per stream.
Garbage.
Who's that Pokemon?
Not first means second, or third, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth, or seventh, or so on. You basically, you could be anyth. You're just literally not first. But the person to claim not first You know, like
And Secretary Cardona,
the person to
and,
claim not
Mayor
first
Bowser,
is
and
technically
Chancellor
second.
Berby. You know, thank you for joining us as well.
If that makes sense.
And for families across the country.
Double ice cream. Oh, ice ream. Oh, that's something else. That's something else, Rugmat. I should time you out for that. So, yeah. We should definitely talk about the meme of the day. We should definitely talk about the meme of the day. Because I have a story for all of you, chat. And I know all of you enjoy story time. So I have a story for all of you. About why I'm streaming in my own category on Twitch. That's right. I am streaming in my very own Twitch category. Where nobody else... where nobody else is streaming. I am literally in my own category. It's not about the category, it's about the journey and the friends we made along the way. Or in my case, the enemies. The enemies that I made along the way. So I don't know how much all of you know about Twitch categories and how they function, but let's break it down a little bit for you. And that is why today's meme is about one does not simply create a Twitch category. Thank you for the lurk, Mia. So, is there dark mode? Background. Background. How do I make this... What the... How do you reset this thing? Reset. Where's the settings here thing? I'm so confused. Dark mode. Thank you. Steffi, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Hi, 4x. It's not about the category. It's about sending a message. It is, yes. It is. So let us stop the music briefly to discuss the important aspect of how Twitch's categories work. Okay? So Twitch's website is composed of two types of categories. We have category A and category B. The ones in... When did you switch to Excalibur from your own iPad solution? When I want it to be in its own frame. It's about fighting the system. No, when I want it to be in its own frame. I mean, I could also use Miro. It's just, it loads way faster than Miro. So, category A are games, okay? These are games on Twitch that people play, like Valorant, or PUBG, or Minecraft, okay? Games comprise probably, I would say, probably over 99% of all of Twitch categories, okay? Are basically games. It means that if you have a game, you can get it listed on Twitch. We'll get to that in a moment. And once you have a game and it's listed on Twitch, you can be in that category, much like I am today, which we will get to momentarily. Matty Mateo Matt Schumann, what am I saying? I don't know. Hi, Roy Lisi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, I should say. I don't know if it's you, because you're sounding a bit odd. The second category, category B, are non-games, okay? There are very, very few non-games on Twitch. What are some of the examples of non-games, you ask? Well, software and game dev. Music. Art. What are the other ones? Pools, hot tubs, and beaches. Okay? These are all examples. Okay, this is actually, you can't even read this. We're going to get rid of these because they're terrible. Non-gaming categories. I need to make this bigger. How can I increase text size? Noise. Okay. And then let's do here. This is very nice compared to Miro. Game categories. Stocks and bonds. Ha! Cypher Enigma. Welcome back to the stream, by the way. Stocks and bonds is actually a game. You're forgetting the ladies at the pool and where the camera is bigger than the size of the game picture. Yes. So pools, hot tubs, and beaches. I'm going to turn the music back on. I somehow can't find a word that even works in that Wordle apart from query. There are 75 words in it, Roy Leasy. So you should be able to find one that works. So, chat, here's the thing. You're probably asking yourself, well, 99% of Twitch, okay? More than 99% of categories are game categories. Now, this isn't very interesting because we as tech people, we stream in software and game dev. Can I change the color of this? Only all of them. We stream in software and game dev. You'd look for flat files. Right join might also be interesting. So the thing is, right? What if you don't want to stream in software and game dev? What if you said, hey, I'm a data person and I don't want to stream in software and game dev anymore because I feel like the category isn't right for me. Well, where else can you go? You could go to science and technology. There's a couple others. There's sports as well. There's animals. So if you feel like those are the right categories for you, you could go. Hello, welcome to chat. Right join is the best join. You could do all of those things. You could go into science and technology, right? You could go into any of those. The issue being, of course, if you're a data analytics streamer like myself, you might be saying, I don't think any of those categories fit. And that's what happened to me, chat. Essentially, I don't feel like any of those categories fit for what I wanted. None of them. I've been streaming in software and game dev for a very long time now, since the category has existed. Actually, Jay Walter, our very own Claw team member, was the first person ever to stream in the software and game dev category. But the rise of software and game dev comes from a lot of other streamers who've been basically live coding for the past year and a half or so. So I can't remember exactly when the category was created. And so what we have to consider, chat, is... Oh, I like this. I'm gonna do this. What we have to consider now is, if we don't want to stream in one of those categories, couldn't we just pick a game? And Cypher Enigma raises a good point. Why don't we just go to a category like, there's a few options here, stocks and bonds, or data. There's even a category called data, or one of the other numerous games on Twitch. Why don't we just go there, chat? Surely there's nothing wrong with that. Well, you see, the thing is, these are actually games. These aren't non-gaming categories. They just happen to be games that are very similar to the thing that you want to be streaming about. Oh yes, crypto. Thank you. Crypto. Not that I belong there. Not that Not that it should even be on Twitch necessarily, but yes, thank you for adding it to the list, Cypher Enigma. So here's the thing. So we have a bunch of non-gaming categories where I don't belong. And we have a bunch of game categories where we're like, well, we could go into data, right? We could say, data sounds like a good bet. We could definitely stream in there, right? Data looks actually really interesting. Why don't we stream in the data category? And you might be saying to yourself, that sounds like a good idea. And you'd be right, because actually, recently, as last week, GitHub was streaming in the data category. GitHub isn't exactly a small channel, okay? Actually, they have multiple Twitch channels, but GitHub was streaming in the data category. And so I thought to myself, you know, if GitHub can stream in data, why can't I? The reality is, however, that this is a game category. And at any point in time, and this is the core problem with this solution, at any point in time, while you are streaming in this category, someone can report your stream for streaming in the wrong category. And if Twitch would decide to act on that report, you could technically be banned. Technically. Software and game development. What do you mean, Forex? Creative? Creative is not a category. Is creative a category? I've never heard of that. So that's the problem, chat. I do not want creative is its own category? Wow, okay. That sounds interesting. That sounds very interesting. Holy moly! We have a raid! Well, here we are again, Finite. Welcome into chat, Finite. Welcome to your community, Finite. Let's see.
Doing LJ. So
Lumberjack.
yes, let's start by getting started.
Aw, let's start by getting started. Double shout out clip. Uh-oh. Jack coming in with no one there.
Give no quarter to that there scallywag bug. A new function be what ya need.
This is so great.
Uh-oh.
Very.
Bring Jackson.
Oh no. Good clips. Very good clips. I mean, just so much fun on Finite stream. But you all know that. Lukey, thanks for the follow. Finite, thank you for resubscribing for 20 months. 20 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you for bringing your community over. My name's Matty Two Shoes, and I'm a data person, and I will explain shortly why I'm streaming in a category that is not software and game dev. That's what we're talking about today before I continue work. Oh, that was almost a 20. Rugmat. So welcome in. Let's see who's here. Welcome in to Steffi's here twice. You don't get welcomes twice. MMO Pug, welcome in. Very good to have you with us. Beltazar, that's a very nice name. Welcome to the stream. Techie Girl, hello. Very nice to see you again. That's been a while. Hello to Lukey fam. Good to see you again, Lukey. You thought you were already following. Well, now you are. So you fixed the problem. Hello, Sharer, Ja. Good to have you again. Rambling Geek, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Wouldn't it be most efficient to use the just chatting category? Ha ha ha, you ask a very good question. You ask a very good question, Forex. So what we're talking about is which category I should be streaming in on Twitch. See, the problem is I'm a data analytics person. I do lots of things around data. I do different types of analysis. I analyze stuff on my own stream. I build data-related products. I talk about data stuff.
Information.
I put my faith in data. Ones and zeros never lie. Exactly. And I always feel like when I first started streaming over 2 years ago, I started streaming in science and technology. And science and technology, well, that was a bit busy at the time. There were live coders, there were people who were developing games, there were people who were building keyboards and robots, there were animals running around on webcams, and ducks, exactly. There was basically a ton of stuff in one category. So then they created software and game dev, and Yoast coming in with the facts here. Software and game dev as a category was created on the... Oh, I missed your message, Yoast. Where did it go? Where did it go? I missed it. September 2nd, 2021. Well, to be fair, all of the streamers were/are animals. Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Once software and game dev was created, Jay Walter was the first person to stream in that category. Jay Walter is part of our Claw Twitch team, actually. Then I changed the track because this one's getting on my nerves. Basically, all of the live coders migrated over to software and game dev, and all of the game developers migrated over. And then there was a giant split in software and game dev. Shortly after that, the animals category was created, and all of the animal webcams, bunnies, ducks, etc., migrated all over to the animals category. So now in science and technology, you've got robotics and very like science related things like chemistry, physics, math, etc. Oh, look, Jay Walter's here. Hello, Jay Walter, first streamer of the software and game dev category. In the software and game dev category, you had all the programmers, you had all the people doing code and gaming, Unity, and all those types of game engines. The Jay Walter has no clips. That's the problem, Stephanie. And then in the animals category, you had the animals. So it's great. And now I'm wondering, okay, what's the problem? So you might be asking yourself, well, what's the problem with software and game dev? There isn't a problem. There isn't a problem with software and game dev, but I will explain it to you, okay? Here's the problem with software and game dev. In the software and game dev category, okay, this is how Twitch works. Twitch works like this. You have a page that has a category, okay? Software and game dev. By default, okay? By default, thank you. Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, Twitch. By default, Twitch is going to show you streams, okay? So each of the streams are like this, right? Depending on your layout, you might see 3 or 4 or whatever, okay? All of these different streams here, okay, are shown to you on the browse category page. How are they ordered? Well, they are ordered descending by viewers. Getting some weird stuff today, chat. Okay? Again, I shouldn't be drawing letters, I should be typing them. They are ordered descending by viewers. This is Twitch's standard sorting mechanism. You can, of course, change it. You can change it, and many people probably do. But by default, the category will be shown to you from highest viewership to low. So effectively, what that means is that you will only ever see at the top of the category the people who are top performing. And what this leads to is a so-called snowball effect. The snowball basically means that as people gain in popularity, why is this not working? Oh, because that's a line. As people gain in popularity, they gain popularity very fast. Versus people who do not gain in popularity, who stay at the bottom of the category, they stay relatively slow in terms of growth. I'm pretty sure default is now recommended for you if you're logged in. That may be the case, Panda. Also, welcome back to the stream, Panda. But this gap here is the core problem of what people refer to as Twitch's discoverability problem, okay? even recommended for you to some extent is very largely geared by number of viewers. It's a very big variable in that recommendation engine. So who is in the software and game dev category? Well, you have a ton of massive live coding tech streamers who pull hundreds, if not even thousands, of live viewers. And then somewhere down here, if you scroll down far enough, you'll find me sitting at my 20 average viewers or whatever it is, okay? So here's me. Now, this has been the case for 2 years. I am being pushed down in the category. Bishui at least 30. Okay, but like currently. What if there were smaller categories on Twitch? What if they invented tags? How about a category tag where you're unique? So here's the problem. You cannot browse by tag yet. You can't really browse by tag. It's not really a thing. People basically browse by category. This is how people use Twitch. Can't really change millions of users' behavior from one day to the next. So, but you're right. Ideally, you would have a combination of a category and a tag that would make you unique. So you could just use the data tag and then find all the data streamers, because all the data people on Twitch are using a data tag, and then you could find all the data streamers. The problem is that all the other gamers who are playing some kind of game and then just randomly put a data tag on their stream, they also come up. So it's a bit strange. Used to be able to browse by multiple tags, and now you can't. That's correct. You can no longer do that. So basically, what I have a problem with, and to be very clear, this isn't against anyone else. This is a problem with Twitch's system. I don't really like the system. The problem is basically what it comes down to is this, okay, which is stagnation of growth, which is what my channel has had, garbage, and being pushed down in the category. So I don't have a chance. Okay, this is not a great chart, but I don't have a chance, or drawing. I don't have a chance to go higher in the category. I'm constantly being suppressed because topically, I don't fit in software and game dev. Hello, Ian. And you're right, Techie Girl. The garbage lady is amazing. She's actually from a McDonald's training video. We actually went through the history of garbage once on stream. So back to my original point, and Techie Girl, you asked a very good question. You didn't know that you could... You didn't know that we could create a category on Twitch. And here's the genius. You can create a category on Twitch. Oh yes, you were there. That's right, Techie Girl. I forget who's here usually. I don't have very good memory.
What's that smell? Failure.
It is very hard to find out more information about Garbage Lady. I think her name was Jennifer. Is that correct? I think it was Jennifer. Jennifer or Jessica, I can't remember. So here's the thing, chat. Full disclaimer. If you want to have your own Twitch category, like me, then you need to make a game. Okay? You need to do this. If you want your own category, you need to make your own game. You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Yes, Finite, that's a very good quote. If you want your own category, you need to make a game. Now, I thought, and I'll be very transparent with you, chat, I thought that I could make a game and just do the hop to this. Because non-gaming categories on Twitch, such as software and game dev or creative, are created by Twitch themselves out of user voice suggestions or when they feel like there needs to be a new category. Like pools, hot tubs, and beaches, where they saw that all these streamers were in just chatting and it was maybe a suboptimal experience for them or whatever reason. So I thought that I could go make a game and then go into the non-gaming category by using a game as a piggyback method. Full disclosure, it did not work. What happened? You're asking yourself, what happened? Why didn't it work? Well, let me just share something with you, chat. I need to find the right screenshot for you. Give me 1 second, chat. Once I find it, I can show it. Once I find it, I can show it. Ah, here. So this is the first thing. Ah, here we go. Wait, finite? What do you mean? Are you saying I could legitimately make Chalkboom a category? Yes, finite. You can make Chalkboom a category. So let me prove to you, chat. Let me prove to you that I actually made a category on Twitch, because the title of my stream is I made my own Twitch category. And it's true. Oh, is there a meme? Is there a 9gag meme that will help us? Wait, did I make a mistake in my stream title? What did I write? I created my own Twitch category. Yes, I did. I created my own Twitch category. Do you want to know what it looks like, chat? Do you want to know what my own Twitch category was? I will show you. I have proof. My own Twitch category was actually called Data and Analytics. This is a screenshot from Twitch's directory. I had a category for 2 hours. Hi, Sassy. I had a category on Twitch for 2 hours called Data and Analytics. Yes, strictly speaking, in the background, it was a game. But the title was Data Analytics, and I had this cover, Data Analytics, which was a very clever a switcheroo cover, okay? The switcheroo cover. What did I do with this? Well, what I did, chat, is I basically made an addition. Now, you're probably wondering where this comes from. It comes from a website called IGDB. IGDB. What is IGDB? IGDB is the International Game Database. What is IGDB? It's run by Twitch, okay? You may have heard of it before. Sorry, I'll take this off. The IGDB is where Twitch gets all of the gaming information. So these 99% of all of Twitch's categories, these game categories, are all coming from IGDB. Let me prove it to you. Steffi, no spoilers. Stocks and bonds. The famous category. Let's do a search. Wow, that didn't work. Stocks, bonds. Stocks and bonds. Here it is. This has a category on Twitch. If we go to Twitch, we can see stocks and bonds. Who's in this channel? Oh, look! All of the people streaming stocks and bonds. None of these people are playing the actual game Stocks and Bonds, which is from, I don't know when, 19 something. It's a very old game. But technically, you could report any of these streamers right now for streaming in the wrong category. You could. I don't know if you would want to, but you could. You could do that. I don't advise it, but you could. So basically, Twitch pulls this information into their directory. So I said, You know what? Why don't I make a category called data analytics? And you should not report. No, you can report if you want to. You should not report me for not playing my game yet. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to play my game, okay? Plenty of people sit in software and game dev and talk for 3 hours, which is technically just chatting. I don't think Twitch bans for wrong category, just to be fair, okay? So I feel wrong just using the data category. I feel wrong using the data category because the data category isn't mine, okay? It's a game in 2018, which is you play as Obama the Lizard and go through puzzles to fight Mark and retrieve your data. Yes, it's a game about fighting Mark Zuckerberg. Do I really want to stream in this category? I feel like it's weird to stream in this category. This is a pretty recent game. It's 5 years old. So I felt a bit odd about streaming in data, even though GitHub did it. I feel like I wasn't sure if I should do it. I still haven't decided if I'm going to stream in the data category permanently or not. I feel like I could, because it's probably okay, seeing as all of the stocks and bonds people stream in a game category. But I thought I could just make a hop. Why not? I mean, you could just make a game and then just call it data analytics. And then once you have it, you could basically just replace the cover, right? So this is what I did, chat. This is exactly what I did. I made a game entry, as I showed you before. I made a game entry called data analytics. I pointed to the datiddle and I said, this is my game. It's a Wordle clone. Please accept my game. And Twitch accepted the game. They said, yes, it's a game. You are now listed as data analytics on Twitch. That is what happened. That's great. But then what I wanted from that category, what I wanted from the data analytics category, I wanted people to actually stream in that category, for other people to discover the category, and for it to seem realistic. I think it needed something that made it seem like a Twitch category. What do Twitch categories look like? So we're talking here about not the game categories, but the non-gaming categories. Software and game dev, science and technology, sports, animals, etc. What do those categories look like? Oh, congratulations on getting a data title in 4. What do those categories look like? Well, if we go to following and we go to categories, they have a very distinct color. Software and game development looks like this, for example. Although science and technology is a bit of a weird one. It's a bit odd, actually. It has a weird cover. But for example, if I go to sports, if I look for sports and I look at the sports category, okay, this is what the cover for sports looks like. Let's look at the image, okay? This is what the cover for sports looks like, okay? So we can see there's a very distinct style. There's a very distinct style. Purple and black with this yellow highlight. Even if you make a game, it's still classified as a game. That's very true. That's very true. But if you have it with a cover that looks like this, will people really notice? Will they think it's a game, or will they think, you know what? This looks like a new Twitch category to me. And let's be honest, I spent 2 hours on this. I spent 2 hours on this cover, making sure it was as close to Twitch's style as possible. Why did I do that? Because I want other streamers to search for a data category and to find this one. You might be asking yourself, chat, how good was this category? Well, it was good enough that I changed it in my... I changed my category cover. So I changed the game box art, which updates the category on Twitch. However, IGDB has a review process. They have a review process. And what do you think happened, chat? What do you think happened with the review process?
Why?
It's exactly what you think happened. It's exactly what you think happened, chat. It was not approved with fine colors. It was denied, and I was banned on IGDB. Hey Maddie, thanks for reaching out. Your submission was accepted mistakenly, and when you came in to update it, we saw some red flags. After investigating, we have determined that your submission was not in good faith, and that the intention for submitting was not to track datiddle as a game, but instead to have a data analytics category for your content on Twitch. We cannot assist with non-game categories, and you will need to reach out to Twitch to have such a category created. Because of the abuse of our system, we have banned your account. If you would seriously like for us to track datiddle as a game on IGDB, please let us know and we can get a page created with that name specifically. Though I am guessing you aren't interested in that, as the URL you previously provided for the game now results in a 404 error. I made a mistake with the URL, by the way. I updated that. So that is exactly what happened, chat. I got banned on IGDB because I intentionally misled Twitch into trying to create a non-game category by creating a game category. And I cannot recommend doing this. It was very smart and very honest, that's true. And the email was very well formulated, and I appreciated the email. I apologized for pushing the envelope. The cover art was definitely good enough. That much is clear. Twitch saw this cover art and immediately understood what was happening. Which also makes me a little bit happy because it means that my cover art was really good. And I'm not a designer. So I'm kind of happy about that. On the flip side, it does put me in a bit of a pickle. As you'll notice today, so I did request from IGDB to be unbanned. I did request to have my own category. And so here we are. Here we are with an entry on datiddle 2023. You'll notice there's a -1 in the URL. That's because the first category was called datiddle and then it was renamed, etc., etc. So now we have a datiddle game, which has an official website. It also has its category on Twitch, which we are currently streaming in right now. I should actually update that. Even more so, you may have noticed, hi Bad Cop by the way, you may have even noticed that I have something additional in my username on Twitch, which is the Game Dev badge. That is because I have a game, I am a game developer. I am recognized as a game developer from Twitch, therefore I have a game developer badge that I can now show off in various chats. However, the pickle still remains. The pickle remains because I am streaming in the datiddle category while I work on the game datiddle, which is okay. But what am I going to do on days where I'm not working on datiddle? Am I going to go back into the software and game dev category, or am I going to go into the data category? And for that, chat, I think there is nothing better than to do a poll and ask you what you think I should do. So we're going to start a poll. Should Maddie continue streaming in software and game dev? Yes, this is where you belong. Okay, yes, this is correct. No, go to data. I will allow 3 minutes. Zossi, welcome in. I didn't even know there was a data category. Well, you see, the thing is, the data category is officially a game. Much like stocks and bonds, much like a couple of other things, it's not a real non-gaming category. The game is obscure enough, the game is small enough, that I think it's possible to stream in the data category without it being weird. So far, 83% of you think that I should stay in the software and game dev category. Very interesting. I would like more votes. I would like more votes. I want more votes. I want everyone in chat to vote, because honestly, I don't believe it's right for my content. But I'm really curious what you think, chat. And if the votes are overwhelming, then this is where we shall stay, in the software and game dev category. Although it's ironic I say this, because we're not in that category today. Climb in a hot tub and stream in that category. I've only been in the hot tub, pools, and beaches category once, and I don't intend on going back there, MMO Pug. I understand now that I know, I would say software and game dev is correct. Wow, we have 92% saying software and game dev is correct. You would comment even more on how slow your channel is growing in data. That's true. That's very true. I would continue commenting about that. Bad Cop says, personally, I think software and game dev community is still pretty small. No need to further divide it right now. Interesting argument that you make there, Bad Cop. Yeah, I see your point. Well, we have 15 votes in. There are 2 votes for go to data and 13 votes for yes, this is correct. Wow, this poll is looking very indicative. This poll is looking like a very, very clear picture, chat. You admire my efforts to take matters into my own hands. So this has to be also very clear. I cannot stress this enough. Do not do this, what I did. Do not do what I did. Twitch will not like it. You will possibly get banned on Twitch as well for violating community guidelines. So you've been warned. Don't do it. However, if you want to make a game, or if you have a game and you want it listed on Twitch, if it is playable online or downloadable in any way, someone from IGDB has to be able to play your game. If they can play your game, then you can get it listed and you can have your own category on Twitch. Poll's biased though, because I would guess most of us found you through software and game dev. Well, Panda, you don't really have another choice, did you? You know? You do not intentionally mislead someone else? No shit. Yes, well. What can I say? Twitch has got it. They're some clever people there. There's some pretty smart people working at Twitch. Well, the poll results are garbage. The poll results are in. The breakdown of the vote is 15 votes, 88%. No, not 18, 88% say I should continue streaming in software and game dev, and 12% say I should go to the data category. In that case, congratulations, chat. I shall remain in the software and game dev category. You have spoken. It goes against what I think is correct. But I'm willing to trust you on this one, chat. I'm willing to trust you on this one, chat. Yes, I think most people know that software and game dev is for every tech person. Yes. You're probably right, Roy Lisi. You're probably right. Ginny, datiddle, Datiddle? Datiddle. Welcome to the stream. Datiddle is the game that I have created. I've just spent the last hour talking about how I got my own category on Twitch. I will be editing this down into a small video, probably. I may or may not. I may or may not re-record it if I can't get enough material out of it, or if the music is too distracting. Yeah, I spent the last hour explaining how I got my own category on Twitch. What are we going to do now? Of course, we are going to work on datiddle while being in the datiddle category. But first, or if there's too much garbage, it's possible. But first, we will take a short break. We'll have some memes. Or do you want bunny cam? I have to check bunny cam. I don't know what they're doing. Let me check bunny cam first to let you know if it's worth it. No, it's not worth it. They're not out. They're not out right now. So we'll take a short break. I'll run some ads. You can watch some clips of me. And when we get back, we will work on datiddle, where you can backseat and you can say, you could basically suggest as many features as you want. You can scope creep the crap out of my game. I'm always happy to hear suggestions for the game because I basically made it as a joke. So let's go from there. See you in a few moments. What they've added is the ability to use this alias in a where clause and a group by clause and the having clause, which would normally not be possible, which is absolutely great. 12.15%. My math is off. I hate math. Oh my god! Oh, did you just DDoS my memes? What the heck? Like, yeah, well, if you wanted to, like, do things properly, then you should have done your homework, because obviously none of you have done your homework. It's obvious from the questions you were asking.
So, I don't know if we can go deep enough.
Oh, we're not supposed to, Finite.
Oh wow, look. Played the same
No.
game at the same time.
No. Oh my, no.
I mean,
What's happening right now?
I don't know, Maddie.
What the?
What's happening?
How many levels is this?
Is this a...
We've gone too deep.
We can't do this
I
anymore,
don't know.
chat. Creeping on my stream, yo. Creeping around. 26 ways that you can earn passive income in 2023, and then 25 of them require you to have $250,000 from your dad, who gifted it to you when you were 16, and you decided to put it into some pension fund, and then you have like $250,000 to spend on real estate, and whoop-de-doo, now you can earn passive income from your real estate. But you needed the freaking $250,000 in the first place to actually make passive income. So it's like all of those articles are just debating you. They're terrible. And yes, the best passive income is to make articles about making Passive income. Right join is the best join.
C, E flat, and G walk into a bar. The bartender says sorry, but we don't serve minors.
Oh no! No, 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 no.
Why?
But I will send you a package in the post. If, no matter where you live, if you hit 100 in the drop game on my channel. And someone can clip this for the record so that everyone knows. And one of the things I will show and share with you now, one of the things, and surströmming would have to come from J. Walter, that is correct, Steffi. 4x, it's Switzerland, not Sweden, you know that. I will share one of the things in the package because it is a unique item that a lot of you probably don't have. It is from TwitchCon in the US. Yes, it's very upsetting. But, chat, I have 2 articles.
What are the odds?
I have 2 great articles for you to close off the data cafe. To find...
I'm so excited. Next week I'm going.
Welcome back, chat. I hope you took a break as well.
What is this?
It's Microsoft Excel. I hope you took a break as well. Get yourself something to drink, stand up, have a little stretch. I certainly did. I went and paid the bunnies a visit, as you can see. Oops, no, you can't see here. As you can see, the bunnies are chilling and cleaning themselves and having a good time, which is what we're here to do on Twitch as well. Garbage. We're here to do garbage. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We are going to continue work on datiddle. And I see I have a message. Ah, I see. One moment.
We're going outside!
Battle Royale. Play against other players in Twitch chat. Multi-round game. I wouldn't even know how to even start implementing that, to be very honest with you. So let's take a look at... It's a very good suggestion, 4x. But I wouldn't even know how to do that. So let's start with how datiddle currently works, okay? I already have a first thing that I want to do for it. Seems like you need a 24-hour FCC stream on all of the curriculum. Yeah, sure. Definitely. This is what datiddle currently looks like, chat. Datiddle is a very simple Wordle clone. It has 75 words in the solutions. 70-ish, 75-ish words. I think it's 75, yeah. 75 words in the solutions that you can guess. You can guess any words you want. There also non-words are allowed. It's your own prerogative, but you could definitely do that. You think it needs more data visualizations? Maybe. But yeah, you can basically... you can put whatever in you want, whether it's a word or not. Right? You can do whatever you want. There are a few banned words. So you'll notice motd is a banned word. Use the forbidden word. You will instantly fail if you use a banned word. I think it needs more data visualizations. Needs statistics as well. So I'm going to start noting down some of your suggestions. Let me just refresh the canvas. So we've got a couple of suggestions here. We have Battle Royale play against Twitch chat. I think that's relatively complicated to do, but it's an idea. Yeah, why not? We have statistics, data visualizations, so like OG words, Wordle. You could make it educational and open up a small text box at the end explaining some of the data science behind the word. Oh, explanation of the word upon game end. That's a nice idea, Yoast. That's pretty cool. What if you showed the semantic similarity to the target word? Like a combination of Wordle and Semantle. Okay, Wordle plus Semantle. Semantic similarity. Step 1, make a clone of something from Stack Overflow, tweak a few variables, profit. Okay, so I'm thinking more right now of mobile friendly. So that's basically auto sizing at the moment because it doesn't work so well. I'm also thinking of a share feature. Share to XXX, because the problem is when you share, if you want to share it now, you have to send a screenshot, much like Panda. May I share your screenshot, by the way, Panda, that you sent? Panda sent me a solve, funnily enough, of the word I just had, datum. So I just had datum as the correct word in this one. This is Panda's, but Panda had to take a screenshot in order to show me the way that they got to the correct word. So I think there's potential for like a sharing feature as well. The mobile friendly thing is my main prerogative. What if instead of sharing, you could download the data of the game? Download the game instance. So like your pathing. Why would someone download that? Would you want to keep how you got to that result? It's a very interesting question. Because you could build visualizations out of it. Charts. Charts and stuff. I suppose it's a possibility. I like myself on the left better. It's a bit more convenient. So basically, I'm thinking the first thing is mobile for right now, because it's a self-interest thing, but I cannot play the game on my own phone, which is a bit of an issue. Why not? And I will show you in a second. Why can't I play the game on my own phone? Well, this is what happens to the game on my own phone. Oh, sorry. Wait. So it gets cut off. You can see here it's getting cut off on the sides. The contrast between the background and this is not so good. Let's make a new branch. Git checkout. Finite made a very good suggestion. Feature/mobile optimization. That sounds really good, doesn't it? So if I just change the background temporarily, let's change the background. Where is the background? Game board? Where is that even coming from? Now I don't even know anymore. Oh yeah, here. Background var. Let's do background pink. just temporarily. So you see, this is the problem. So I don't know how to actually fix this so easily, because everything is in a div. So the way that this is structured, everything is in one div. There's the game board itself, which is in a div, and then there's a keyboard in the div. Now I don't know. What if the game board is smaller? Hold on. What happens when the game board gets smaller? Oof. That looks terrible. 240, that looks awful. Even at 320, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, chat. Not gonna lie, that looks terrible. Also, this is terrible, this song. With 100 VW. We could definitely try that. So let's see, game board. Game board. Game board. Display flex, align items center, flex direction column, and then width 100 VW. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, it is centered, but it's also like... What do we want to do with the board? That's the thing. Can we like crush the letters somehow? Because this is the main thing is on my phone, Pixel 5. This is what it looks like. So let's play around in the inspector for a bit without actually changing anything. Let's play around in the inspector. Sorry, this is off screen. Sorry. Display flex means that everything will be flex direction column, which is what we want. We want align items center, flex direction column, width 100 VW. But how do we prevent... So the keyboard itself is an entire block as well. It's one div, which has margin, display flex, but each keyboard item also has... because there's rows. Hold on. And then there's keys within the rows, which are buttons. I put min width. I put a min width. So I could remove the min width when it gets too skinny, basically. When does it get too skinny? Does it look like it's centered to you, chat? Also, how do I get rid of the scroll bar? I don't get it. There's so much space. Why is there so much space? I'm not convinced about the VW thing. Not convinced about that. I'm not sure that's correct. I want to remove the scroll bars. That's what I'm really wondering about. Because it's small enough to fit on this screen. Overflow hidden, but I don't want to hide the scroll bar. Here, max height instead of height. Maybe on the body? Maybe we have to do it on the body. Maybe on the body. So if we do body, style, let's add max height 100 VW. There's still scroll. That's weird. Why is it still scrolling down? What's this area below? I don't understand. I don't really understand what's below there. Because the whole HTML page ends here. So what's continuing? Doesn't make any sense. What? How weird. Okay, what about doing max width? Body height needs to be 100%. Is that what's missing? It still scrolls though. I don't understand why it scrolls. I don't get it. Doesn't really make any sense. So on the root, I don't understand where that's coming from. Because look, if you have here, the HTML is stopping halfway down and then the page continues. But why is it continuing so much? That's what I don't get. Even when it's shorter, it's still scrolling. It's always scrolling. Even if it's really long. Even if it's like 2000. It's still scrolling. Is there like a margin or something? I don't get it. I don't really get it. I really don't. Because the HTML element isn't filling the same page. Yeah, but like... What would it be called? Baseline? I know that there's something I'm missing, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm looking for that word. Skeleton? Is that the one? Skeleton? HTML body min height 100%. Oh, it's a min height that you need on the body. Oh, let's try. Min height 100%. Nah, it still scrolls. I don't get it. I don't want it to scroll. I just don't want it to scroll. Yeah, I tried with VH. I tried with VH before. 100 VH. Nope. HTML root, HTML templates. Oh, that's not what I wanted. You didn't try the right combination. Maybe? That's not what I want. HTML root CSS sizing. I'll try in a browser here before I give any more incomplete advice. Like I said, it's backseat friendly today. Backseat all you want. I don't know why this is doing this. I've never encountered that before. That's what's a bit strange. Boilerplate, that's the word. I was looking for the word boilerplate, and I couldn't remember the word boilerplate. HTML boilerplate. Where's the CSS? Root CSS boilerplate. Because I'm sure I'm missing something. Don't reset margins, blah, blah, blah. Size. Height. Width. Definitely reset the box model. Imagine you set the width of an element, the border to 1. What's the physical width? It's still 700. Blah, blah, blah. To make a selector's box model act in what most consider a more logical way, you want to reset it. Okay. Smooth scrolling, interactive elements, pointer, closing thoughts. Where's the total thing? I want the whole thing. Don't reset margins. Okay, I wish I could have like an actual example here. CSS custom properties. Oh. What's this for? Wow. I got onto Reddit now, chat. Reddit for CSS boilerplate. Maybe take the root out? I always set red or blue borders around everything. Yeah. See, midnight 100%. HTML and body? Maybe it needs to be on both. Min height 100%. Body 100%. The live version doesn't scroll for me, even in the mobile simulator. So I guess it's not the latest that you have. This is the live version with the exception of the pink background. I've only modified CSS. I've only changed the background. I haven't changed anything else in the CSS. This is just a responsive device type. Wait, so this is just a browser behavior thing? Wait. This is just... I have to check it on my phone now. Now I'm confused. Datiddle. No, I can scroll on my version. Look. See? And that's what I don't want. I don't want it to be scrollable. I want it to be small enough so I don't need to scroll. And that's obviously not the case here. iPhone SE is the smallest device. That's what Panther and A have been saying. iPhone SE is the one to test on. So the min height thing does not work on both. Okay. Font size, margin 0, display block. We don't need that. Text area resize. Changes text area resizing from both to vertical only. I suppose we could put like a border or something around it. I was in responsive. Yeah, responsive mode. But it doesn't matter because I still see it on the actual device. Hi, Blue Squid. Oh, you know the one feature I'd like? A new game button. I know I can just hit F5, but I'm lazy. Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, I like that. New game button. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Totally makes sense. How many of you have played datiddle? Has everyone in chat tried it already? Because actually I want to store... For statistics, I actually want to store games. I want to store like games, how they're played, what words people are using and stuff. And I think that would be a great case for using something like Supabase, which I haven't used yet. Maybe even DuckDB, I don't know. But I think it could be cool once I get this front end thing sorted, because this is really annoying. Maybe Jay Walter, maybe you know. How can I make this entire frame? A good bone broth makes the best soup base. That's something Karen would say. You hear Darklang is a good backend. I also hear that nobody knows how to write Darklang. Farts is a word? Seriously? Yes, it is. Of course farts is a word. Hello? Of course farts is a word. Of course it's a word, Blue Squid. Clarkio is most famous for starting Wordle on stream with farts. And look, this one's actually pretty good. A and S are right. So this is like ra... oh no, it could be like D-A and D-A... what could this be? I usually start with played horse. Live version doesn't scroll for me neither. Really? What device are you on, Rick? Very interesting. I guess if you have a big enough device, it doesn't scroll. I always start with audio, and then I go from there. I think Steffi said your starting word was what, Steffi? It was very fancy. I remember. Isle? No, not Isle. Alien? Alien's actually a pretty good starting word as well. I will start all datiddles with right joins. Yeah, for iPhone I see the left characters of the keyboard are cut off. Yeah, no, they're all cut off. That's the problem. No worries, Yos, you don't need to debug it. You do not need to debug it. It's a mystery. Let's try with ChatGPT. We could try. Maybe AI. CSS root styles so that my single column flex HTML page doesn't scroll on mobile devices. Height margin 0, overflow hidden. Display flex direction column. That's correct. Overflow Y scroll. Okay. Let's try these. Let's try this actually. Just this. Wait, I want to guess this word first. Your keyword is too big, Maddie. You have the biggest. I don't know what this is. DA something R. D8. No, that's weird. Something R. MAORS. No. My keyboard is too big. I can resize it. Moops. Okay. Let's check the other vowels, just for lols. Oh, there's an A and there's an I in there as well. Wait, fairs. Okay, so it's rails. Yay! I got it. Rails. That was a Seinfeld joke and it worked. Another feature, make the data tiddle use a seed so you can do the same problem. Seed, solve a specific word problem. So that would basically mean each word gets an ID and then just solve for that ID, basically. That could also work. Yeah, so basically try and get, you know, word ID XYZ. Word ID 69 is obviously going to be right. That would work. I don't know, this is weird. Need to try something. Hold on. Yes, but obfuscate it so people don't see a pattern in your data order. Oh, I'll just randomly sort the words. I will give them random IDs. Yeah, like a hash or something, no worries. But that's a very good point. If you have any scope creep, just add all the scope creep you want, chat. You can add as many features and ideas as you want to this thing. I won't promise that I'm doing them, but yeah. You can add whatever you want. Oh, blue squid, very nice. 75 on the drop game. Random sort of words may run into a problem when you add new words of breaking old puzzles. No, basically in the database it would just get a random ID. But yeah, I understand the point, Panda. Yeah. Solve for a specific word. I'll definitely figure out when we get to it. Seeing as it's on GitHub, I'll probably put all of these ideas into GitHub issues afterwards. But let's try this out. I'm actually kind of curious to try this out. ChatGPT saves my butt once again. Let's try. Does it work? Oh, wow. Yes, it did. It's not... Yes, it's not scrolling anymore. Okay. Wow. I don't know what to say. Thank you, ChatGPT. That's kind of awesome. So this should go further up. Okay, now we want to resize the keyboard. Ask ChatGPT to make you a responsive Flexbox keyboard. Yes. Responsive Flexbox keyboard. Keyboard. On-screen keyboard. for mobile devices, each 3 rows, standard QWERTY layout. I feel like did the person who wrote the original code use ChatGPT? Is that a possibility? Datiddle in 3. Nicely done, J. Walter. Very nicely done. Of course, I don't believe you, but very nicely done. Here we go. Here's an app media command. I think we should just resize it, to be honest, because it works well. The keyboard just needs to be resized. I don't really like the borders, though. I don't like the borders so much. But yeah, that's more of a me problem, not a you problem, chat. It's more of a me problem, not a you problem. Div class first row. What do these different rows do? I'm actually kind of curious. First row. First blood. Keyboard cont div. Second row. Keyboard button. Here we go. We need an at media. At media. Thanks, J. Walter. Device. Oh, what was it? Max device width. I just copied it. I don't remember what it was.
Titty first time.
Karen, what did you just say? Hi, TD. Let's see J. Walter's evidence of datiddle in 3. Oh, wow. Nicely done, J. Walter. Very nicely done. I think J. Walter's bot is taking a bit of a break. He's probably tired. I thought datiddle was like SQL Python fiddle. Wow, Kafka. Never would have gotten that one. If you have more words to suggest as correct answers, then feel free to also suggest them, and I will tell you if they're in there, if we should add it or not. Under construction. All right, so we are going to do. What are we going to edit? We're going to edit the keyboard. Hey, Maddie, have you thought about trying to get a data analytics category on Twitch? You're funny, TD. You're very funny. I spent the first hour on stream explaining that I tried to trick Twitch into giving me a data analytics category, and for 2 hours it worked, and then it didn't. Letterbox. No. Keyboard button. That's the one. Keyboard button min width needs to be removed. Keyboard button min width none. Okay. It's not working. It not work. Min width none. Let's check that it's actually applying it. Min width none. Oh, you can't do that? Why not? Min width 0 px.
Twitch wrecked you, scrub.
Twitch wrecked me. Kind of, yeah. Thanks, Karen. Where does this become a problem? I think at 420 it becomes a problem. Okay. Min width 0 px. Okay, so min width 0. We're gonna use clamp for the font size. Font size. Maddie Nice Fingers is what you should call me today, apparently. Font size 2.5 rem. No, that's not correct. Keyboard button. Font size 1 rem. Font size clamp. How do I do the clamp again? I always forget clamp. Font size clamp. So TD, today I am streaming in my own category while I work on datiddle. Hello, JWalterBot. Clamp. 1 rem. Wait, what was the thing again? Ah, I forget the syntax. 1 rem. Min val max. Val is the preferred value. So we can go down to 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Wonder how that looks. It's great to have you back. What can I do to help? Creepy. That's not reducing the size. Let's try out a little bit in the inspector. JWalterBot landed for 7.09. Congrats on the 7.09 score in the drop game. That is a stream record for you. That is an incredible score and a testament to your skill and dedication. You should be proud of your achievement, and I hope this score pushes you to reach even higher in the future. Congratulations again. Geesh, that's really weird. It's kind of weird. Font size clamp, 0.1 rem. So it's the middle value causing problems. Maybe we could go down to 0.6 rem. I mean, at some point it just doesn't become playable anymore. Let's be honest. Ah, iPhone SE still works. Can someone check this? JWalterBot, what is your favorite time period from the past? Edwardian era. It was a very sophisticated, romantic, and glamorous period in history. I'm not sure what to make of that. How weird. What a weird answer. Okay. Query was not correct. Stand. Okay, there's an N in there. I think JWalterBot is on ChatGPT, yes. Oh, so let's try 0.1, 0.5. Is that too small? Okay, 0.9. 0.9. Oh my gosh. I find its filters are much more restrictive on ChatGPT compared to GPT-3. Clamp 0.6, 0.9. Okay. Responsive. Okay. I need to change the margin as well. Margin 0. Margin 0. Wait, no, it's the inside that's the problem. It's the padding that's the problem. Padding 0.2 rem. Oh, yikes, that's small. Maybe we don't need to change the font size. Okay. Wait, what? What is happening? Everything I say is a lie. I am lying. Wait, I got it wrong. Are you talking to the bot? Everything I say is a lie. I am lying. Am I a liar or not? Yes, you are a liar. I give up. No appreciation for Star Trek. J. Walterbot, where is Latlon? Near the River Thames in London. It is just northwest of Thamesmead North and southeast of tube stations North Greenwich, Canning Town, and West Ham. Interesting. Well, I think we can just apply padding to 0.4 underneath 420, and that should make things go just fine. And then under 360 we can do it another level. Or we could just clamp it. Hold on. Clamp. I really like clamp. The maximum was 0.4. The minimum would be 0.2 rem. 0.2 rem. That didn't work as intended. Okay, if you're on like a Galaxy Fold or something, you cannot play this game. It's that simple. Okay? 0.4 rem. RIP! Yeah, it doesn't know what date it is. We already... sorry.
Wow.
We established that. Eating late at night is linked to weight gain. Excuse me, what? Queen Elizabeth II is the monarch of the United Kingdom. What 8-letter word can have a letter taken away and it still make a word, taken away another letter and it still makes a word? Keep on doing that until you have one letter left. What is the word? Startling. That's not correct though. I'm saying, ChatGPT is like confident garbage. Harvard Business Review. Fancy. Okay, I think I'm happy with the styles. Can I get someone to test this on a real device? Can I get someone to test this on a real device? Is someone prepared in chat? Any of you in chat would like to test this on a real mobile phone? Rugmat has real device? Okay. Git add. Git commit. Oh no, it's pink. No, wait. It's pink. I don't want to do that. Where did my background go? I don't want to do that. IS real device. Is it live? I can test on Galaxy Fold. Yes, please, pink. What can you hold in your right hand but not in your left? Your left hand. Git commit -m centered and scroll bars removed. Small font changes and keys. Git push. So this is going to be on a preview URL. Give me 1 second. GitHub, no, netlify.com. Log in with GitHub. Privacy, please. JWalterBot is going to be the most popular chatter on my channel very soon. Very soon. Okay, no more bot chat. We are deploying.
Garbage.
Shame on you. Shame on you, Steffi. Shame on you. Oh, I need to do... Oh. That was a very well-timed garbage.
Another powerful reason for insisting on Intel Inside.
Okay, I'm making a PR. You're lucky I muted myself, chat. That would have exploded your ears. Alright, we have a deploy preview. Alright, no more bot chat. If you want to test this on a real device, please do. Please do that. Please test it on a real device. Double your money by folding it in half. What an absolute asinine comment. Okay. So if you would like to double check. It's so noisy, the bot. Sorry, Jay Walter, but it really is. I mean, chat activity is great, but it is so noisy. Okay, so like I said, if you want to test this, keyboard is too wide for the screen on an iPhone 13 Pro Max. Okay, for mine it works. For mine it works.
Horse the other day, I named her Mayo.
Typical message is going to be somewhere between 150 and 350 tokens. Mayonnaise? I had that on a sandwich. iPhone 13 Pro Max. Do I even have that as a device? Can you even get that? iPhone 12 Pro. Is there that in there? iPhone... No, it's not in here. How big is how big? What are the dimensions? iPhone 13 Pro Max screen size. 6 point... Yeah, that's not what I wanted. $2,778 by 1284. But what's the pixel density? What's the pixel density? 458 ppi. Okay. DPR 3 Is that the thing? DPR? 458. What was the thing? 2778. 2778 by 1284. I think that's the other way around. What do you mean the keyboard is too wide? I'm very confused. What do you mean by that? Keyboard is too wide for the screen. iPhone 12 Pro. So the keyboard goes over the edge of the screen. How's that even possible? It cuts off several letters on the left and right. Okay. But that doesn't make any sense. Looks fine. Yeah, did you go to the deploy preview link? I'll ask that's a very valid question. Did you go to the deploy preview link, Yoast? Because it's not on prod. Black Prime Perfs Pharaoh Power. Nice. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh! Oh! That's very interesting. Chat, look at this. Look what the keys look like on iPhone. They're round. How is iPhone doing that? How are they doing that? What the heck? How's it doing that? Somewhere off the edge. Yeah, but why is iPhone doing stuff like that? iPhone 13 Pro. How many of you have iPhone 13 Pro stuff? Default button styles. Okay, so I need to apply more styles to the buttons, is what you're saying. I need to apply, because they're buttons, I need to apply styles to them. Okay. I was in Chrome, by the way. Okay. Steffi doesn't. You have a 14. Wow. Flex on chat. Are you using a CSS normalization script? I am not. Let's get ChatGPT to make me one. Normalize buttons for all mobile devices and browsers. Doom, 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 doom. Can we have a rainbow keyboard? That actually sounds like a freaking amazing idea. Rainbow keyboard. Or in general, like themed keyboards could be really cool. Just use normalize.css. Normalize CSS. With a Z? Yeah. Download. Wonderful. Okay. I read that as use Tailwind. No, not happening. Just put it in here. Done. Okay. I gotta close a couple windows, chat. It's not correct, not correct, not correct. Okay. How will this look on the iPhone 13? I do not know. It's a good question. Zed's dead, baby. Keyboard still is too wide and you can't scroll in landscape mode. Did you seriously try and do this in landscape mode, Steffi? Shame on you. Also, Yost, did you just second yourself? Okay. Let me know if this fixes it. Add normalize CSS. We're gonna push this, and I'm gonna get my Netlify link. And then I think we'd take a short break, chat. Where's my PR? Here it is. Where is my deploy preview? Okay, it's still on the 4. I always click on the wrong icons. That's how it starts. Slow decline of cognitive abilities. Landscape the keyboard. Okay. It's time to recheck on your mobile devices. Thank you for your testing ability, chat. Okay, it didn't break for me yet. It works on my machine, chat. If it works for me, I think it's fine, to be honest. Doesn't need to work for all of you, does it? In any case, let's take a short break. I feel like having a snack. So I will see you all in a few minutes. We're gonna play some ads. Let's check on the bunnies. Oh, they're cuddling. They're not doing much. They're not doing much, but we'll just have the bunny cam on. Typical dev. Hashtag works for me. Not a bug. Works on my machine. So yeah, we'll take a couple minutes break. Make sure to get up and stretch. Test this on your mobile devices again, and see you in a couple minutes, chat.
What a dank sound.
here.
Hi, chat. Look what I got myself. Hashtag not sponsored. I found chocolate in the candy drawer. I'm very pleased. I hope you all took a break as well, chat. Chorizo pepperoni. Have you all been testing on the deploy URL? Did it fix all your problems, chat? I hope so, because I'm not working on mobile anymore. Pepperami? Pepperoni? I'm not doing any more mobile fixes. Let's do something funny. Let's do something fun. Okay, so one of the fun features. Hidden Easter egg. What kind of Easter egg would you expect? Hidden Easter egg. What kind of Easter egg would you expect? Konami code as an Easter egg. That's... I mean, we're already logging key press. Ooh, actually, that makes sense. We're already logging key press. So that's pretty smart. You've been trying to spend the evenings catching up on over 200 open browser tabs as a metaphor for getting my life in order, but it's not going well. Yost, I would just advise you to close all 200 browser tabs and move on. Click this hidden spot to spin the screen. Well, what should happen when you activate Konami code? This is the question. We could do high contrast mode. High contrast mode could be an additional theme selection thing or something. First, let's merge the PR. Okay? Let's merge the PR first. A sound! Oh my gosh. A sound. Holy crap. Doesn't Konami have a disturbingly loud sound? Funny, you just built a high contrast mode at work today. Really? That's cool. Oh, it's Sega. Yeah. Okay, I'm taking off developer mode. I'm taking off this. How do I get off this again? There we go. Okay. I need to pull. Git pull. The THX sound. I think I would get in copyright trouble for that. Isn't it copyright? Is TH sound copyright? The deep note is the sound trademark of THX Limited, being a distinctive synthesized crescendo. I'm not sure I want to do that. What I was thinking, we could have the Mario coin You know? Legal, THX. No, I know it was the legal thing. Play the note from Welcome to the Black Parade. What? Hold on a second. This is just their privacy policy. No, this is... Okay. This is when you post something. When you post something on their site, you're basically granting them royalty-free permission to do whatever they want with it. Yeah. But I was thinking the Mario coin sound. That could work. Okay. When you hit the Konami code, we could just have a little coin sound in the background. That could be kind of funny. But someone mentioned something earlier. Ah, yeah, new game button. Yeah. New game button. I think that is something we should probably do. I think the new game button is actually pretty interesting. Because that's something I also have a real problem with. Nah, that's functional. But it's fun. It's fun. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, what about oh, so we did mobile. Get rid of that. Mobile's done. Mobile's done. What about high contrast mode? Would be kind of cool. High contrast mode would be really cool, but I don't know how to do that because it has a theme for dark and light mode. We would need something in the header to allow you to change something. Take a screenshot but scrambled. Split the screen into 6 blocks. Scramble them in the screenshot. Okay, Ginny. Okay. Alright, I'm with you. Alright. So there's 6 lines. Let's say it's chart, right, joins, block. Wait. So you have 6 rows. Oh, I have a very bad idea, chat. I have a really bad idea. I have a super bad idea. This is a terrible idea. Oh no. I have a very bad idea, chat. I'm gonna call it Scrabble mode. How about if you click on a checkbox before the phrase right join is the best join, you get 2 letters revealed. I need to make a new feature branch. So I have a terrible idea, chat. So Scrabble has a thing. Scrabble has a thing where each letter is worth a certain amount of points, right? So imagine the solution word. The solution word is worth a certain amount of points. What if we were to multiply that by a certain number, and then your guesses cannot use more points than the solution word has times that X amount. So you get like a points mode where it's like an additional difficulty mode. where you can't use more points in letters to guess the word. You were told there would be no math. This is not math. Scrabble letters points. Here we go. So here's the thing. Sounds like something some hardcore nerds would want and enjoy. Well, that's basically all of you. Like the idea, but can you balance it enough? I guess we're gonna find out. How are we gonna implement this? Need to think about how to implement this. I'm gonna slap this stuff in an H2 so I can read it while I'm developing. Styles. H1. Where is it? Text align center. So we're gonna do an H1, H2. It's gonna have a text align center. Ginny, you landed. 61, 24. Landed on the clown. What do you win? You only win something when you hit 100 in the drop game. Where's my iPad Pro? Yeah, you wish. I don't even have an iPad Pro. Why should you have one? Why should you win one? That's, yeah, not gonna happen. You need a drawing tablet. Oh, you do, Ginny. What do you like to draw? What do you like to draw? Okay, so A, E, I, O, U, L, N, S, T, R are 1 point. D and G are 2 points. 3 points are B, C, M, P. So we need to make some kind of thing that tells us what letters are worth what. Then when a letter, let's spec this out. Create letter points array. Once we do that, when a solution is loaded, calculate available points for player. It's not for stuff I want to draw because I enjoy it. It's so I can help with others visualize business logic and design concepts like scopes and spheres. And work is too cheap to shell out for me to expense a whiteboard. Oh, that sounds very sad, Ginny. That's terrible. Okay, so create letter points array. When a solution is loaded, calculate available points for player. When each guess is submitted, subtract the total points used. Check on each guess if points remaining is greater than 0. If points remaining equals 0 before right guess, then failure. That's it. That's the logic. Of course, we have to show people how many points they have left. And we need to make a toggle. We need to have a toggle. Toggle in front end for Scrabble datiddle. Set up a meeting with 12 people, all earning 100k plus. Monopolize their time for 2 hours, no problem. Buy a 35-pound whiteboard so I don't have to spend 2 hours explaining something to them. No can do. Really? Have you even presented the argument that way? Like, have you presented the argument from like a time buying perspective? weird. Okay, let's try and do this. Alright, so where does the solution get computed? Init board. Oh, we have to create the letter points array. Okay. You didn't? Maybe you should. I would. I mean, if you explain it to me... If you explain it to me just now, like you've explained it, I think it's pretty crass. I mean, it's a pretty... It's very, very concrete. Yeah, sure, you never understand it to get pushed back on a whiteboard, but it's probably more of like a fundamental problem rather than an actually problem about the 35 pounds itself, you know? And look, maybe someone in chat will pitch in 35 pounds for you to get a whiteboard. Okay, create a letter points array. So we're going to say, let Scrabble letters equal an array. Then we're going to do how can I do this? A-E-I-O-U-L-N-S-T-R. Because I could do like I could make them each a group. I don't think that's the best idea. So if I said A and then maybe there should be an object? What's the easiest way to do this? Okay, let's do A, E, what if we made it an object instead? We could do that. Make this an object and then say 1 and then you're looking for the value in the key for 1, and if you find the value in the key, then you take the key. That could work. A-E-I-O-U-L-N-S-T-R are all 1 point. Then you have 2 D and G. You alright there, chat? I hope you're doing okay. 3 B. Oh, gotta make an array. B C M P. Yos is working on his tabs. That's wonderful. I think J. Walterbot already left. Wait, now I'm confused about this text. Hold on. Wait. D and G. Okay, 3 points are BCMP. BCMP are 3 points. 4 points are FHV. Okay. FHV W and Y. Yeah, you know, it's also kind of sad, Ginny, because it means that most of chat who was here was mostly entertained by J. Walterbot and not by me, which kind of confirms the fact that I'm not that exciting. And I kind of just have to come to terms with that, you know? ChatGPT borked on it. Not doing well. Nope. It sometimes just doesn't get it, you know. Okay, so 8 points is K. No, sorry, 5 points is K. 8 points. 8 points is J and X. And then the last 10 points is Q and Z. I wonder if DALL-E would do better. On ASCII art? It can't generate characters though. Okay, so we have Scrabble letters. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. DALL-E, here we go. Here we go. I might need to log in again. Nope. Okay. Draw me 3 trees and a person. Give each tree at least 8 branches with at least 2 branches off each of those branches. Every branch should have a leaf. Give me each tree trunk, branch, and leaf a unique identifier. I'm very curious what the outcome is of this. I will be full screening this for you. Because I feel like you deserve it, Ginny. All right. Here we go. Fascinating. It's like a diagram. Draw me 3 trees and a person. Give each tree at least 8 branches with at least 2 branches off of each of those 2 branches. Every branch should then have a leaf. Give each tree trunk, branch, and leaf a unique identifier. I think it kind of tried to do that. This is very disturbing. What is this? What is this? This is very disturbing, Ginny. There's like a hand coming out of the tree. It's kind of creepy. A aviang mar give is what it's saying. Ave av gavis gurvi. Oh, this face. It's totally fine if you don't look at the eyes and the mouth and the nose. Everything else would be totally fine. What is this? I love this. What even is this? Lus alvok bagsur aryane arpane. What about this dude? This dude's like, don't like you, man. Agose boss. Agose boss. It's our new stream slogan, chat. Agose boss. Everyone type Agose boss in chat. Agose boss. Does it even mean something? I wonder if Agose boss means anything. Does it even mean anything? Agose boss. No, there's nothing. How funny. Wow. How weird. How weird, Ginny. You can tell by the number of people still awake in chat. It's gone to like 3 people. Ginny, you and I are basically alone in chat right now. Thank you for submitting an AI art prompt. It's always good fun. Ah, damn. No, Rugmat's here. Rugmat's here. Never mind. We're not alone. We're not alone. Oh no, Yost is here too. Sorry. We're not alone, Jenny. We're not alone. There's other people here. Oh wow, there's a lot of people in chat actually. I think they're mostly bots though. They look like bots. They're all bots, probably. Hi, Rugmat bot. Loka's not here. Okay. Loka's not here. So here's the thing. Okay, we have Scrabble letters. Create a letter points array. Toggle in front end, we can do that later. When solution is loaded, calculate available points for the player. For I, number of guesses, blah, blah, blah. Append child row, shade keyboard, delete letter, check guess. Where does the word actually get chosen? Insert letter? Animate CSS. Wait, init board. Where is the letter being chosen? I'm very confused. Ah, here, right guess string. Solutions, math floor random, math random, solutions length. So right guess string is where the solution gets chosen. So then we let right guess points equal right guess string. Oh, now we have to parse some stuff. Now we have to parse some stuff in chat. Okay, let right guess points equal right guess string. I need to console some log stuff. Console log right guess string. Let me check something. I need a console here. Ooh, I need to put it back. I need to put back the console window. There we go. Okay. Torch is correct. So I need to parse Scrabble letters. What is console log Scrabble letters? It's an array. It's an object with arrays. That's actually perfect. That's what I wanted. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. What? I can't hear your heartbeat, but you should be able to. Okay, so we have Scrabble letters is a thing. So if I do... We need to take the right guess string and loop through the Scrabble letters with a for loop. In order to loop through Scrabble letters to assign points to each letter in the right word, in the right guess string. Tiffany, I think we're alone now. 4. Hope you can see this chat. Let I equal 0. I is less than right guess string dot length. Oh no, not less than. Less than or equal to. I plus plus. What's it? What's the problem here? Identifier expected. Dot length. Oh wait, do I need to?
Why?
Dot length. Why is that not working? What does let mean? Why did we switch from var to let? Okay. So basically everything about var and let and const is about how the variable can be used or mutated. If you have a var, if I remember correctly, var is usable everywhere within the entire scope. Let is usable within the scope and cannot be overwritten at a later point in time. Wait. So hold on. Var versus let. Because I know const is immutable. Var are accessible anywhere within the function in which they are declared, including before the declaration. If a variable is declared with var outside of any function, it becomes a global variable. Let, on the other hand, was introduced in ES6, has a block scope. That means the variables declared with let are only accessible within the block in which they are declared. Right, they're not global, basically. They're not global. That's the difference. That is the difference. They are not globally available. So basically, unless you need a variable to be persistent across your entire front-end app in loose terms, you won't use var. So like here, for example, const immutable. Const number of guesses equals 6. This can never be changed. Const variables are not technically immutable. Okay, not technically, but they should be used for things that don't change. Let's put it that way. I think it's a better... You can't assign them a new reference, but they can change on their own, right? Why isn't this working? No? Why isn't this working? What is happening here? Identifier expected. Write guess string dot length. You can assign elements to a const array or object. Oh, add. I'm very confused. Why? Oh! Wrong order. Okay, so const log I, if we do write guess string, I think, what's the thing to get individual letters? Is it string split? Oh no, we don't even need to. We can just access it. No problem, Yoast. So you see here we have lever. This is the correct word. Or lever. So you see here, lever, right? So we know that... I'm just wondering about something. Yeah, I had to get the solve just because. I think it needs to be smaller than, because we start I at 0. There we go, stack. S-T-A-C-K. So basically, we could technically, instead of this, we could just say I is less than 5. Because, well, we always know the letters are 5 letters. So we could also do it that way. So you can do const array 1 equal 1 2 and then do a push 3 and it becomes 1 2 3. Yes. So you can add or remove values from an existing const, but you wouldn't be able to override the const. You wouldn't be able to redefine it, reassign it. I don't know how to explain things. I'm not a dev. Listen to Yoast. So, if I have right guess string, at this moment in time, I could look up the right guess string in Scrabble letters. So we now do a loop here for I equals, no, we're not going to do I, we're going to do j equals 0. I is less than 10? No, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, but there's 26 letters. 26. And then I plus plus. Oh, sorry, not I, J. Oops. Would you ever want to expand past 5 letters? It's a Wordle clone, so I don't think so. I don't think so. It is a Wordle clone, so I don't think so. It's good. I'm interested in the extra info. I've been a solo Perl dev with no one to discuss with. Yeah, Yoast, you can always discuss here. You know that. Okay, so we have... What is J? If I do Scrabble letters and then do J, what do I get from that? Six letters is for the DLC. Yeah. Console. Oh yeah, I should console log that. Console log. Okay, let's check it out. So for example, so it goes N, and then it looks at all of the entries within the first row. Also, naturally being a solo dev, sometimes I fall into the let me just global that variable so I don't have to go back and edit 30 lines of code. I wouldn't really know so much about that because I don't really... program on a day-to-day basis. And SQL is a very different language, right? So... SQL is a very different language. I have a slight suspicion. No, I won't go into it now. I won't go into it. So it's looking at Scrabble letters J. So N is right guess string I, and then Scrabble letters J. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, A, my friend. A, my friend, thank you very much for the raid.
Also,
very surprising.
To be clear, I don't know anything.
Oh, there you go. A doesn't know anything. You heard it, folks. You heard it. A said it. Oh, A said it. A doesn't know anything. Hello, Robin and Stony and Cat and Sassy again. Knows nothing. Howdy, stranger with 2 shoes. Howdy, stranger with eagle wings. Hello, Jim. No, I don't like this track. Hey, how was your stream? That is the real question. Jim rolled a 13 on the D20. I know nothing about nothing. I hope you had a good stream, eh? Long AF. Oh, really? Really, 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 really? What's going on? What's going on there, Sassy? You like the D20? You can roll as much as you want. There's no restrictions. A lot of help today was great. That's awesome, eh? A is always helping people out to do amazing things in their stream. What is very surprising to me, 14 plus 8, 22. Yeah, okay, that tracks. Sassy, you got an 11. That's not bad. It's not bad. I am, well, for those of you from the raid who don't know me, my name is Matty Two Shoes. I am a data person. You may have noticed I'm not streaming in the software and game dev category. Robin, you rolled a 6. Does my +8 to wisdom help at all? No, that was not a wisdom roll at all, Sassy. That was actually a intelligence roll. You need int. What's your int? What's your int, Sassy? Is that your dump stat? Is that your dump stat? Sorry, we're talking D&D terms for people. Oh, Stony with a 15. -1, my int is a negative. Oh, hoo, hoo. Don't worry, -2. Oh, you built a druid. Okay, that makes sense. I'm a thief rogue, so yeah, negative intelligence is a thing. Anyway, I do lots of data related things on my stream, and I've built a game. I'm an official recognized Twitch game developer, and you can see that by my little badge in chat. So if you look at my username in chat, there's a little game dev badge next to my name. I think you may have not noticed that earlier, that I had that. I popped into your stream earlier with a hard lurk. It was just to see if you noticed my new badge. And yes, the category I'm streaming in, datiddle, is indeed my game. 5, Sassy. Not great. Oh, you saw it, but you didn't hover. Okay, fair enough. Fair. Yeah, so I built a game. It's a Wordle clone. It's a Wordle clone. Ooh, 18! A getting the good rolls today. The story of how I got to my game being on Twitch is a little bit of a long tail. Yes, I did get banned on IGDB, Twitch's international game database, for intentionally misleading Twitch with my initial entry for the game, because I basically used the game as a way to try and get my own category called Data and Analytics. Hi, Owen. And it worked. For 2 hours, I had a category on Twitch called Data and Analytics, and I should have left it at that, but instead I pushed the envelope. I updated the cover art. The box art on the game site, and that resulted in them becoming instantly aware of what I was trying to do. I will share with you the cover art because I think it's worth noting that my cover art was so good that Twitch thought instantly, or Twitch instantly knew what I was trying to do. Yeah. This is what I did. I spent 2 hours on this cover art to make it look exactly like one of Twitch's non-gaming categories. Yeah, and that's basically, I overplayed my hand. I definitely should not have tried to update the cover art so quickly. I should have done it weeks or months later when the category was established. Oh, look at that beautiful reminder to follow if you're not already following the stream. We just recently cracked 1,000 followers, so pretty proud of that. Yeah, thanks, Owen. I think it looks very good. You should have done datiddle as the biggest text and data analytics as like a splash text to promote the game. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Is that shade of purple copyright? Ooh, I don't know, Jim. Did someone already claim it on Colorbox? Did someone already claim it? I don't know. You can go to you can go to, gosh, why can't I even get to the site? Colorbox.github. Wait. Why is it not? Wait, did I write it as Colorbox? No. No, that's not right. Colorbox. Why don't I ever have it in my history? You can't copyright a color as far as I'm aware. I don't know about that. Ah, it's this. Ah. Yeah, it's a GitHub IO link. I forgot. So here you go. If you need to copyright a color, you can just claim it in the stream. Like Deep Violet, for example. If you use the channel point command, I mean, it costs a lot. It costs a lot. It's like 1,000 channel points. 999 channel points. But then you can own this color for 30 days. You will own the color. Look, there are some people who've claimed colors recently. Like Yoast called this one Yes, I Was Glad. Exegete called this one Light Red. ChedDev called this one Human Skin, which is actually disgusting. Miles Davis Blue. Oh yeah, Panda. Poopum's Brown. There we go. Rugmat has a color called Pretty. So yeah, if you want to claim a color, take one down, pass it around. 998 channel points. Yours already expired, Stony. It is a 30-day color window. What can I say? That is kind of how it works. So yeah, I've been working on my game datiddle. All right, you know the drill. Yep, shower time. Hey, take care. Have a good shower. So what are your next steps now? Is there any chance you can get the category at all? No, Owen, there's no way I can get that category. The only way I can get that category is by making a user voice and getting people to update the user voice, upvote the user voice to have a data analytics category. But we took a poll in chat earlier. I took a screenshot. 1 second. The chat poll was very definitive. Should Maddie continue streaming in software and game dev? 88% yes, 12% no, with 15 votes. It's very representative, extremely statistically reliable. Not biased at all, absolutely. Ginny, I see you have redeemed Colorbox. You have to tell me what you want the new color to be called. That's the main thing. So if you claim a color, you have to say which one you're claiming. Because you've said FF7D0A, which I can certainly go look up which one that is in the code, but I need to know what you want to call it as a new color. Like, do you actually want to call that color the hex code color, like name? Or, yeah, you can just write in chat what you want it to be called. I will do that in a moment. Druid Orange. Okay. I'll tell you what. Let me refund that one. Let me refund this one. And can you slap it in a channel point for me? That way I won't forget to do it. Because I will do it. Sorry, I have something stuck in my throat today, chat. So, does anyone play Wordle, by the way? Because this is a Wordle clone, and if I'm like spending all this time on a Wordle clone, but no one plays Wordle, it's a bit weird. Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much, Ginny. I'm currently, I'll have you know, I'm currently on a 133-day streak in Wordle. I don't know what records are. Like, I don't know if that's good or bad. But I've been playing for a little bit over a year. It's now officially 2 days over since a year. And I have a 133-day streak. I'm quite happy with the streak at the moment. I'm a little bit concerned I'm going to lose it because I keep doing progressively worse. But yeah, we could technically solve the Wordle after. Together. Because it'll be midnight soon for me. Datiddle. Do you want to play a game? I should probably change that. So what are we making right now? We're doing... didn't some news outlets start posting the answers? Maybe, I don't know. So what are we doing? We are implementing something called Scrabble mode. So basically, in Scrabble, each letter has a point value. So the solution itself will be worth a certain amount of points. And then we will use that amount of points to give people, multiplied by some factor, give people a amount of points to use. And all of their guesses can only use that maximum amount of points. If they run out of points before they get the right answer... oh my gosh, did that trigger a Kappa emote? Oh my god, Pretzel Rocks triggered the Kappa emote. That's funny. So what I'm currently thinking about doing is how to search through these, and I'm thinking they might need to be reversed. They might need to be reversed. How can I parse this array correctly? I'm not super good at parsing arrays, chat. I'll just say that now. It's not my forte.
Why? 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 Why?
Wait, can I find? Can I find in the array? Well, okay, I don't need to parse the array. Thank you, Stony. Pull, posh, pop, shift. Let's go. Pop it, lock it. That doesn't help me in JavaScript. Wait, so... Nath Nolt, your favorite food is water. Well, then I must welcome you properly to the stream, along with everybody else who is here. For the first time, I have forgotten to give you a proper welcome. Hello, and you now get a proper welcome to the stream, courtesy of this blinking hi sign. And this is specifically for people who are here for the first time, but of course, if you've been here before and you feel welcomed by this hi sign, then you're more than entitled to feel welcomed. In any case, I would like to welcome you to the stream. I've forgotten how to pronounce your username correctly, but those of you who are new here, my name is Maddie. I would like you to have fun while you're here. You can ask questions, you can try and troll me, as most people try and do. There's lots of memes and stuff that play on the stream. Let me know, tell me about yourself. Feel free to share with chat as you like. This is basically an open place for discussion and all that kind of stuff, learning and having a good time. I like to call it edutainment. I don't know if I'm
I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Anyway, I hope you have a good time. All right. Array prototype indexed. Nathnold. You have pasted some amazing code into chat. Index of. So basically that will give me the key, right? Because I don't know if I've structured this correctly. That's the thing. because I want it to return the point value. So I don't know if I've structured this the correct way, because I've basically given them each array object has the point value. Yeah, I want to look it up, exactly. I don't need the index itself, I want the actual lookup value, which is the key from my understanding, like key value basically. So for example, when I'm here, let me just make an example here. So the word is nudge, then it goes to the first letter, and then I need to look up its point value. So yeah, nath null. Sorry, nath null. Maybe you're a math nerd. It seems like you could be a math nerd of some kind. So basically, at this point in time, the current letter is N, and I want to look up in Scrabble letters and say, N, that's here, so that's 1. And then I basically want to add 1, I want to add that, I want to add all 5 letters together by doing this in the for loop. Obviously, I'll need to define something here first. Here and say, let, hold on, I need to define it outside here. Let right guess points be like that. It's going to be 0 to begin with. Ideally, you have a different object where the key is the letter and the value is the point amount. Okay. But since this definition is easier, you could define code to create the target object from this definition. Object entries and find on array includes on the key. Let's actually check that. What would be Scrabble letters? If I did... What are the entries? What do they look like? I just need to kind of play it through in my head. So each time it's giving me the entire object. Okay, with the point values as arrays. 5x5 grid, bonus for horizontal or vertical words. Well, the thing is, I mean, obviously the easiest is to create a 26 thing object. Obviously, that would be the easiest, where each letter has a point value. I was trying to avoid having 26 rows, if that makes sense. Jim's suggestion is kind of funny. Play for points. Feel free to suggest anything, by the way. You can suggest any kind of features you want. Hold on. Jim's suggestion was bonus points for vertical. I don't even know if that's a good idea. Or diagonal. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how I would check diagonal letters. But yeah. Transform. You have a different object where the key is the letter and the value is the point amount. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that initially, where it's like A is the object and then 1 as the point value, right? Davkind, Milestone achieved. Devkin watched 3 consecutive streams this month and sparked a watch streak. Thank you very much, Devkin, for being on a watch streak. I appreciate it. Do it with code, but just automate the transformation. Take care, Rick. Thanks for hanging out with us today. You could totally use a SQL table. I would prefer to use SQL, if I was being honest. Although doing this in SQL would be quite nasty, actually. Parsing different length arrays. Although, actually, nah, it wouldn't be so bad. So, letter point object for point value. Hold on, I'm just going to copy this out so I can read it a bit easier. What's going on here? Letter point object is an object. Okay. For var point value in blah 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 with another for loop. This is very confusing. Wait, I need to read this more. Take care, Jim. Thanks for hanging out with us as well. Appreciate it. So you have my object and then point value in Scrabble letters. Oh, you're defining a new object. Ah, you're defining a new object. So var point value in Scrabble letters array equals Scrabble letters point value. Var letter of letters array, letter point object, letter equals point value. Interesting. Ah, you made a paste bin. Thanks. That's kind of interesting. But does it know... Do we have to name the keys? How does it know what the keys are? So when you say point value in Scrabble letters, how does it know that this is point value? Is that because you're addressing the key afterwards? That's the part I'm confused about. It's pretty cool though. For in is a way to loop through an object. Oh yeah, that's true. I've been doing I, but I don't need to do that way. So instead of this part here, so basically at the point where I am in my right guess string, I forgot about for in. I would basically do this. But I can create the object outside of this. That I can do up here. So we make a letter point object. So if you have a for point value in Scrabble letters, var letters array equals Scrabble letters point value. Can I just output this? I'm curious to see what comes out. I'm so curious what letters... Oh, I forgot about the ads. Sorry.
Why?
I forgot about the ads.
Why? 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 Why?
Fine. I'll say I'm sorry.
No, be sincere. Like this.
Yeah, I forgot about the ads.
I'm sorry.
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 Good, that's the one.
This is so interesting. Sorry, I'm just gonna write some stuff while the ads are running, and then we'll talk in a couple minutes. I don't really want to take a break now, so yeah. I'll be back in a second while we do this. Console log. You only have to do the reverse once. It's a replacement for defining it manually. Okay, so assuming that we make a letter point object. Hold on a second. So if we console log letter point object. I see. Now I understand. Now I understand. Basically taken the nested format and exploded it into this one-to-one pair. Yeah, okay. That's cool. So we don't need to do the loop part here. That's correct. We can do this part here. Or we format this. Okay, so welcome back. I hope all of you took a break. I did not take a break. Nathnal, thank you for giving me this, because I understand what you were trying to do now. I was misunderstanding the point. Also change the letter point object letter point value to number. I hope you had a good shower and now you have a good sleep. Letter point object, so it has the point value as a number instead of a string. Yeah, but I need to... So Nathnal, what I need to do is I need to compare each letter in the loop. I need to go get the point value for each of the letter in the right guess string. So I need to loop through it and then basically for each letter bring out the point value. Bye A, take care. Thank you for the raid again. Mr. 17 time raider or whatever it is now. I don't remember what time. How many times was that? 9 raids? I don't know. A lot of raids. 8 raids. Is it? Wait, let's check. I'm gonna check. I'm actually really curious. Wait, let's check. Let's check. Let's check. 2 seconds. I'm checking. It's an 8 raid? Ha! You're funny. That was the... Yes, it was the 8th raid. You're tied with Finite. You both raided today. How much compromat? You both 8, yeah. You're both at 8. Finite has like almost exactly double the inbound raiders though. That's actually kind of cool that it's double. Anyway, I mean wrap point value like number point value because right now it's a string. Oh, yeah. Turning it into an actual integer, yeah. Valid point. Haha, get it? Valid point. He got more viewers. Bye, A. Yeah, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter. Perfect. So now we have that beautiful thing. Here's the less efficient version if you don't want to do transforms. Yeah. Let's look. It's gonna be a rickroll, isn't it? You're gonna rickroll me. No, you didn't rickroll me. Get score character to uppercase for score in Scrabble letters, return parse int. Oh, yeah, that works too. That's cool. Also nice. Thank you all for helping out. I appreciate it. Backseating the backseater. Okay, so well, here's the question, right? So now I have a correct object that I can easily get the number for. So if I say write guess string, then I say array includes, and then I do I, and instead of array, I say, wait, it's an object. Wait a second. Letter point object. Console log. It's not correct. Wait. Its object includes, because it's an object of pairs. You just do, oh right, you can access it over the key. Of course. Oh. Letter point object. And then write. Can't write today. Write guess string I, assuming case is right. Yeah, it's gonna be lowered. It's gonna be always lowercased. Lowercase, and then instead of the, it's nested. It's not that one. It's the other one. Yeah. Cannot be. Oh, I think I forgot a dot in there. No, hold on. Letter point object. This is nasty to do in there. Character is write guess string I to lowercase. But it already is lowercase. It is already lowercase. Because all the inputs are variable, are lowercase. All of the solutions are lowercase. I lowercased all the inputs, so it can't be uppercase. So we're gonna do point value. Hold on a second. Right guess points. So we have right guess string I is the character. That's the one where that's the one where we're at right now, right? And then in the next line we're gonna do let point val equal car letter point object char. Has to be like this. It's just stupid nesting stuff. Point val. Logic L1 O1 G2 I1 C3. Perfect. Exactly. Great advice. Always separate it out. Yeah. Because I was trying to do it in one thing and that's, yeah, it's too difficult. So we're doing character is right guess string. So we have the right guess string is logic. Perfect. So we now know that's correct. So now, that's just the object. Now we want to compute all the points together. So we just keep adding them. So we do right guess points equals point val. Was it plus equals? Equal plus? What was the thing for that? No. Plus equal. Let me just... Is this correct? Console log... What the heck was that? Console log... Right guess points. 6. Is that correct? D is 2. E is 1. That's 3. L is 1. That's 4. T is 1. That's 5. A is 1. That's 6. Correct. OpenCV. O is 1. Key is 3. That's 4. N is 1. That's 5. C is 3. That's 8. And V should be 4 points. That's correct. Ship it. Well, we're not quite there yet. So we've created the letter points array. We haven't done the toggle yet. We'll get to that in a moment. We've created the letter points array. When the solution is loaded, calculate the available points for the player. We have that. We now have that. Oh, you know what I should do, actually? Hold on. Create letter points array. I'm going to use these directly as comments. When solution is loaded, calculate available points for player. Okay. When each guess is submitted, subtract the total points used. This will be fun. Check on each guess if points remaining is greater than 0. If points remaining equals 0 before right guess, then failure. The toggle will come afterwards. All right, so next task. I feel like I should already commit this part though. Letter, object, and points assignment. Create a helper object to get the point value for each letter. Oh, for the middle one. Create helper object to get point value for each letter. Nice comment. Very good. All right. All right. So the next logical step is going to be we're changing the track because it's boring. The next logical step... Oh, I need to check my calendar 1 second. I need to check one thing. What time is this meeting? Ah, yeah, okay. I need to check because I have a meeting in the morning. And it's already 12:30 in my time zone. Next will be, when each guess is submitted, subtract the total points used. Alright. Well, check guess happens here. So each guess, we need to do this here somewhere. Let me check this. Let me check something. That we don't need. That we don't need. Init board we already did. I wanted to check something. Okay, yeah, right guess points. We should probably rename this as points balance. Point balance? Point balance. Okay. All right, solution. Just for me so that I can do this properly. So the solution is relay. We have 8 points available. If I type a word like chart, I want it to check when I press submit on each letter. It will validate each letter. It will additionally provide me the point value that I got subtracted. So that means point balance is what we're gonna do. So basically, if guess string length is not equal to 5, not enough letters, we just put in another check here, basically. Well, we don't need to check it. We do it every time. The check comes afterwards. For I equals 0, I is less than 5. If right guess I equals current guess, letter color equals correct. Right guess, check position, checking right letters. Then there's the whole flip thing. Okay, so after the flip, it checks the word. Then there's a return if it's a forbidden word. If it's the right string, we need to do it before here. We need to check if it's... we need to check the point balance here. Point balance. Just wondering how to do this. Current guess. We need to do the same thing as with this thing. We need to do the same thing, but we need to modify. Where is it? We need to do it here. Subtract current guess from point balance. Let car equal current guess. I don't know how you check for each letter input, but the best way to do it is to have a text input element on which you focus, and then you can use the input event based on the text input element. Yeah, this is basically in the loop where the check is happening anyway. Because I don't need to check each letter. I can just take the entire guess at the end once it's validated it anyway and just subtract the point amount. That's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. So you basically have here the current guess character, and then you have the point value is... Oh, yeah, that's already handled, the keyboard input stuff. That's already all done. I mean, I cloned a Wordle clone, so I didn't need to do that automatically. But basically here, if I type like slith or whatever, I don't know, I can write any word I want in this case because I haven't restricted it to dictionary words. Because Orbin, I don't know. I can write whatever words I want. But the thing is that with the Scrabble restriction, Aha, the way that it's doing it, it's key down. It's on basically just key down. It's with an event listener.
Show me what you got.
Scope creep. Measure how long it takes to do a solve. Store on leaderboard. Show metrics on what percentile you are after the solve. Oh my gosh. Statistics. I'm gonna put it in here as measure time to solve with leaderboard. Thanks for amazing. Good scope creep. But they have a virtual keyboard anyway, so it's fine. Yeah. Key up is better. Yeah, when the key is released, right? Key down is when it's pressed, and then key up. I think it's key... Hold on. Key down? Oh, no, it is on key up. Sorry. It's on key up. My bad. It's on key up, not key down. My bad. Prevents you from fat fingering. That got... Yeah, that got auto-modded, but that's okay. We all know what you meant. We all know what you meant there, Stony. Hidden input. Yeah, I guess that also works. I wonder how the real Wordle does it. Anyway. Okay, so the solution is width. The point balance is 12. Subtract current guess from point balance. So let car equal current guess, point value equals letter point object character. Point balance is going to be minus equal point val. Console log this. Okay, let's try it. Cubes. Point balance 0. Woo! Wonderful. That's fine. Solution is flask. Let's say I do A. Point balance is now 7. Be fun to see your solve time on words by category. Like, do you solve SQL words faster than stats words? Yeah, classifying the words is going to be quite tricky to do though, but it's totally possible. All right, so the point balance thing works as intended, but we also need to check that you don't have 0 points. If you have 0 points, you will immediately fail with error. So we can do that right here. Where is this? Subtract current guess from point balance, blah, blah, blah. This has to happen before. How you could crowdsource it? Yeah, maybe. If point balance equals 0. Toaster error. You ran out of points. This game looks oddly and evenly familiar. I don't think we need to do that part. Let me just check. Let's check if it works. Ooh, I only have 7 points available. Chart. -3. Oh, we need to... Sorry. Less than or equal to 0. Average. Chart. Uh-oh. You ran out of points. Oh, right. If it uses the exact same amount. Okay, so we'll do less than 0. Let's do less than 0. 0 is okay. So if I do torch, if I manage to get it exactly in 0, that's fine. Okay, that works. This is such a ridiculous mode, and I'm actually very happy for implementing it. Okay, let me just comment this part. Check on guess if for points remaining is greater than 0. Oh, hold on. Oops. Where is this part? Subtract current guess from point balance. Here. Are you writing in TypeScript? This is pure JavaScript, Jim. Check on each guess if points remaining is greater than 0, is greater than or equal to 0. How do you communicate which letters are worth how many points? Ah, haha, we will definitely have to get on the communication front end part. We might have to leave that for another day. I want a toggle though. If for points remaining less than 0, if points remaining less than 0, then failure. I'm just wondering though, if you have 0 and you get it right, then it's fine. If you have less than 0 and you get it right, you failed anyway. So trend. So if I do chart first, oh, it's so expensive, sorry. Blend. So if I do AAA first, I have 3 points left. If I do blend, you ran out of points, game over. You see how it still is green? I would like to color it a different color. I would like to color it a different color. Let's use a different color. If points balance, letter color equals, hold on. Where did I put the colors? Here we go. Let, what's the, yeah, we will give more points. We will give more points. I think it's a bit too hard when it's straight up that way. We have to figure out what factor. Nath, you can think, Nath, Nolt, and everyone else in chat, you can think about how many points we want to give. How do we want to assign the points? I don't know how Scrabble came up with their point system. It could be interesting to look up how they came up with their point system and then use something based on that to like scale the points. Do a slider. Oh my gosh, Panda. You're so good at scope creep. Too good at scope creep, Panda. Damn you. Damn you. Now I have to put it on there. It's actually input type range. Yeah. I mean, it's easy enough to do a slider. It's just, you would like to buy a vowel, Jim. Well, tell me which vowel you would like and I will tell you how much it costs. How about that? Is that okay, Jim? You tell me how much you want to pay. You tell me which vowel you want and I'll tell you how much it costs. E. And E will cost you 4 points. Do you have 4 points? What do I name this? 1,000 channel points. You certainly have 1,000 channel points. I bet. I want to call this point. When you run out of points, you are broke. This color is going to be... I think we need to find a good color. We're going to use our trusty friend coolers. We're going to use coolers. We're going to use coolers. So we've got this guy. Although it could be a girl color, I don't know. Lock that one. We have this color. Lock that one. Lock that one. Ooh, the ebony is nice. That's a nice color. That could work. Broke. Are you gonna make it an interactive Twitch game with point rewards to input the letters? Oh, that's a funny idea. Someone did mention that earlier. Did someone mention? Yeah, Battle Royale, play against Twitch chat. I mean, there's so many variations you could do. I could definitely make it playable on Twitch. I would probably have to do something with custom code with Adam, but it would certainly be possible. This was the meme of the day, by the way. Okay. Hold on a second. We need to assign points. Broke? Where did I put this? Forbidden words. Here it is. Broke. Alright, so if I go broke, like Delta, I guessed right, game over. That's fine. But if I go over, if I do AAAA, now I have 3 points, and I do Cloud, it grays the letters out in a slightly different gray. I actually think that's pretty cool. Does it work in light mode? We have to check accessibility, right? Because we also support light mode in this game. I mean, that could work. Too many lumens. Team Tau might have a JS interface. I don't know if I need to, though. That's the thing, Jim. Because with Atom, I already have the ability to do custom code. So Atom is the software I use for automation. So I don't need... Tau I exclusively use for data capture. I don't do any automation or anything on top of Tau. I use the command there, Jim. Atom. A-I-T-U-M. So yeah, I think that works. That is sufficiently muted enough to tell you that something went wrong. Okay. Now comes the point where we commit. Yes handling and point balance. Oh, we want to change the point system. Okay, so let's figure out how did Scrabble develop the points for letters? How did Scrabble makers decide how many points each letter was worth? It started with an unemployed architect during the Great Depression. Okay. He tallied the number of times each letter appeared in print and used that data to determine 2 things: how many points each letter would be worth and how many tiles there would be for each letter. While the dictionary of words deemed admissible in Scrabble has evolved since the board, every official Scrabble bag contains just 1 X and Z tile, each worth 10 points, 2 4-point tiles, and so on. Blah blah blah. Ah. Okay, so basically difficulty of making words. Data driven based on letters people have guessed previously. Oh gosh, Panda. Okay, there's a point where it becomes inhibitive for development and it's no longer just scope creep. Like, there's a point where I'm not capable of developing that solution anymore. It's like, make a Netflix clone or something, right? It's just not happening. But we need to improve the point balance. So how... Chat, what are your suggestions for point balance? Multiplication. Each individual letter gets a factor applied. Okay, Stony, yours is an exception. You are an exceptional developer for being able to do that. Point balance is 0. When the solution is loaded, calculate the available points for player. Point balance times whatever. I don't know how to calculate a sliding difficulty What is it like? Do it based on the number of pixels in the letter. It's good you added the kappa there, Panda. I mean, lever, okay? Lever has a point balance of 8. Let's do like a standard game, right? If I do a standard game and I say I don't know what the solution is, okay? I'm gonna take out the solution for a second. Oh, what? Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops. Okay, let's take out the solution. Just give 20 and see from there. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. Can I compute the average for all of these in one go? Can I compute the average for all of these? Okay, this is a solutions array. Can I just smash that array through our little helper thing? This one, letter point object. Reduce? Would that be the way to do it? Map reduce. Just give 20 points, see from there. 6 times 5 times 1. Wait, how did you... Six times 5 times 1. How did you get to that number, Nath? Have you been doing math? 6 rows, 5 letters. Oh, I see. Oh. Wait, so we don't need to compute how many points someone needs? So why did we do this entire calculation if we're just gonna do point balance equals 30? If we're just gonna override it. Okay, but that's like easy mode. That's like easy mode. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, so there should be a range. So 30 would be easiest, but that's assuming someone takes 6 guesses. If someone only needs 3 guesses, they would only need 10 points. 18, no, sorry. 15. You don't get this game. Okay, it's standard Wordle. I don't know what the solution is. I've taken it out. If I guess chart, I've already lost points. I've already lost points. It was too expensive. Why is my point balance... Why is my point balance 7? Replace get score with however you calculate score. Array reduce ax word ac get score word 0 array length. Okay, it's almost too much work for me. We're just gonna override point balance for now. Wait, why is it only 13? Why is it not overriding it? There we go. Okay, so point balance is 30. So if I do, I don't know what the solution is. I'm gonna start with chart. Now I have 20 points. Okay. S-L... Sleen? No, sorry, sneak. Now I have 11 points left. Thanks, Nath, for checking. Thanks for coming in to the stream today, Nath. I appreciate it. It's basically a combination of Scrabble and Wordle together. Scrabble. But anyway, I called it datiddle because it's like that's how it works. So if we have... Now I have 11 points left. 11 points. I looked at the last source push on your GitHub. Interesting. Yeah, you can play it if you want. The Scrabble mode isn't live yet. It's not live yet. But basically, it's not a code problem. It's a decision about how many points to give. So let's go with the next guess. What word could this be? It could be something like NEA. Hi, Billy. Welcome in. Could be like oh, sorry. Hold on. Could be P. No, won't be that one. Panel. Oh. I only have 4 points left. So now I can't win. This is the problem. You think it's shoes, Billy? Forbidden word. Game over. You lose. Nice try. Wait, what was the correct word? I missed it. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. Can someone go back in the stream? Tell me? No, it's fine. Interesting. Yeah, so the forbidden words are Maddie, shoes, and first. I don't know about the points thing. I feel like multiplying makes more sense because the word could be very difficult. Point balance equals point balance times... Are you keeping the Scrabble values for letters? Yeah. 1.5. Then I need to like round. I need to round this somehow. What was it? Parse int? Can you make something into an integer this way? Yeah, whatever, that's good enough. Matty Two Shoes, what about reading your solutions and do a distribution graph of some sort, then decide on the points? That is very smart. That is a very smart solution. Thanks, Nath. Yeah, I should do it outside the for loop. Wow, this is... So basically, this is about guess. This is about guess distribution. If I do 3, that's the guess. That's basically 3 guesses, right? Whatever this word is, if I say chart, oh wow, okay, none of them. Spell. Oh, I don't know. Bleak. What? I only have 15 points left. Okay, Panda, I will take your code and try and do that. Let's try it. I only have 15 points left. I only have 15 points left. What other vowels are there? Spill? S-P-I... Spine? No, we have E... Spine... Oh. Hold on, there's O as well. Spion? Pion? Maddie, I was looking forward to reading articles written by you on Data Camp, 30 Days of SQL, etc. Pivot. T is already taken. We can try. We only have 5. Oh, we only have 5 points left. Reading articles written by me on Data Camp. I'm confused about your statement, Jim. Where do you want to read stuff from me? Spoiler alert, I'll be doing something on Data Camp next week. No, I don't really have any writing. I mean, there's some really, really old stuff that I've written a long time ago. Like 5+ years ago. But I don't really write. I don't enjoy it. So I stopped doing it. Or never really started with it, Jim. I have 5 points left. I can't possibly win unless the word only has 5 points. Which isn't very likely. What is... Oh, this is... Oh no. This is joins, isn't it? This is joins. I think you should do the thing where a correct positioned letter costs 0. It was joins, wasn't it? Oh. Not right, joins. I think you should do the thing where a correct positioned letter costs 0 points. Really? So if you position a letter correctly, so if it's green, is what you're saying. If it's green, it shouldn't cost. Yeah. First, let's figure out the points thing. Okay. So you want to do an array reduce. This is what you've written, Panda. I need support on this. We have our helper object. Let's do it here. We only need to do it once anyway. Green letter 0 points. Then it's always possible to solve. It's always possible to solve. Array reduce. What have you done here? What the heck? What is ACC? What's ACC? ACC is parameter. ACC accumulator. Word. ACC plus get score word. Wait, what do I replace though? My solutions thing is called solutions. It's the thing that stores the value from one iteration to the next in a reduce. Okay. Yeah, I've never really used a reduce. So where is it getting the words from? Oh, wait, this is the function. You would make a get score function. Right. Yeah. Get score. And I would pass the array to it and say solution. Return the score.
Let's play.
Get score expects a word. Oh, I would need to loop. I would need to loop. Get score should be the loop you wrote before that accesses letter point object. Here? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, it's very late, so my brain is like... when I calculate the points, basically. The stupid thing is that if I take this and I put it into a Google Sheet and I do VLOOKUP, I'm joking, I'm not gonna do it. Hi Naf, welcome back. I see you're not asleep yet, but that's fine. Basically, you're not back. Okay. No problem. Everyone pretend that Naf is not here. So, yeah, exactly, Stony. Who? Who, Stony? That's the question. Who? 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 It's very late. Map filter find index for breakfast. Careful, I eat owls for breakfast. Oh wait, sorry, I jumped. Careful, I eat owls for breakfast. That's true, Stony Eagle. Map filter find index reduces bad. I don't know if anything is inherently bad. It's just some things have advantage versus disadvantage. It's like saying a screwdriver is bad. When using a screwdriver to try and hammer something in, it's bad. It always kind of depends on the use case. I'm just trying to wrap my head around reduce because I have not used reduce, and it's just not happening because it's very late. So we're probably going to do something like lazy me is going to do something like I have an object called letter point object. I'm gonna do for, don't at me for this, chat, okay? I equals 0. I is less than solutions.length. I plus plus. Now, as it goes through each solution, this is the classic track. I'm just going to do it this way, and I know that's not a good way to do it, but it's the way that I'm going to do it. So now it's going through each solution. This is the way that I know how to do it. Oh, for of. Oh, that's nice. That's a very good solution. That's a very nice solution, actually. For const word of solutions. With whisk, whisk, width. That is the last one. Okay, so for That's cool. Let me try that. I want to try that. Const word of solutions. This is way more elegant. That's so cool. It's basically a performance gain too, right? From what I understand, it is more performant. Okay, so now we have the word, and then we do word. We did this before. Where was it? This. So character equals word, letter point object word. No, char. Console log point value. Wait. It needs to go onto each. It needs to go over each letter. Yes, exactly. It needs another loop. For const char of word. Point value. I don't want to. Oh, I don't want to. Okay. Point average. Console log point average. Oh, of course. I'm only doing this once anyway, but still. One, 1, 4, 2, 1 would be 1, 1, 4, 2, 1 would be agile. I don't think it's doing it in the right order though. It's my assumption. Get out of here, stupid ads. What is car? What is car? Agile. 1. We need to add them together. Ah! We need to add them together. So each character is a
Garbage.
letter point object character. One, 2, 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's agile. Can't we just sum them? Can't we sum them together? There is a sum thing, right? To add all of them together. I'm thinking in SQL array. It's not sum of an array, it's just sum. Okay, I just add them each time. We just add them each time. Okay, so we have a thing, point average. And then we do point average equals plus equal car points equals letter point object character point average equals car points plus equals, and then console log point average. Uncaught. Oh. Not a number, of course. I need to... What was this again? Number. Why is it not a number? Oh, wait. Because of assignment problems. Okay. Okay. But it's doing it for each word. Huh. I need to get this to spit out the value for each of the words. And then I could do math. I'm confused. Console log point average. And then, so it's doing this every time it's assigning it within. So it's overriding it. It's overriding it each time. For each word, it's overriding the value. I want for each word it to generate a value individually. For const word of solutions, console log word. Agile 0.2, 0.6. Why is that happening? It should have one value for each word, which is here. There we go. Agile 1.2. Average 3. Ah, but of course it keeps adding to it, so the numbers get bigger. How can I stop this from happening? How can I assign a value to each of them where it doesn't do this? Am I thinking about this wrong? How can I... Like, I need to stop it from overriding this value. Maybe I need to assign it? Oh, I need to clear it, don't I? After each word. There we go. So I don't need an average per thing. I just need the sum. There we go. Ta-da! Now I just need to combine those two things together. Now I just need to combine those two things together. Console log, word. Ta-da! Now I could put this into a new object. I could do that. Let average array equal this. And then do average array dot push word point average. Console log average array. Type error. Push is not a function. What? Oh, whoops. It's not an array. Wonderful. Why does it have 150 entries? Oh. Oops. $75 entries. Boom. Done. So we have, okay, I want to do table, console.table. Was that it? Ta-da! There we go, chat. We did it. Finally. After 300 million hours of work. Values only. Screw you, Twitch ads. Not having it. Alright, here we go. Chart this, Google. Chart this. Histogram. Thank you very much, Google, for eliminating my problems. So the highest frequency is 20 something points. 26 points. So technically we should give people 26 points. That would be the exact amount they need to guess the word. So we're going to do 26 times 1.5. 39. That is the decision. I have decided, chat. We are going to give everyone 39 points. Alternative mode. Calculate available points per player. I have spoken. That's correct. This is going to be commented. Alternative mode. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Temp. Temp. Calculate average. Calculate points per solution word. All right. I think we did it. We have 39 points. I don't know where to put this. This is the problem. But that is a problem for another day. You can't just decide on your own and disregard our opinions. How dare you? I am the master of this stream, Stony, and I decide everything. What I also decide is that it is the end of stream for me. We have 2 minutes 50. What are you using here to watch build your code? This is called live something. Live something? Live server. So it's a plugin for VS Code. Git add, git commit. M starting points. Git push. All right. The audacity indeed. I have finished my stream for today, chat. I have finished my stream. I am no longer capable of doing additional things right now. So we are going to go 5 minutes over time. It's 20, whatever. It's extremely... We have 1 minute 50 to find someone to raid. So we better hurry up. That's the problem. Thank you very much to Finite for resubscribing today. Thank you, Rambling Geek, Lukey Fam, Soy Zulu, MJ Goldsmith, and That Kid Neptune for your follows. I appreciate that very much. See you next time indeed. So as I said, new schedule. The Data Cafe will be every 2 weeks on Friday. So we won't be having an episode tomorrow, but we will be having an episode next week, which means every 2 weeks there will be 3 streams from me. That is what we're doing. We are going to go raid. Oh my gosh, 1 minute to decide. Let's go raid. Yeah, I think we'll raid this person. I think we shall raid this person. Wish you all a great time. We will speak on Monday, latest. Maybe you'll be hanging around in the Discord. Please give my kindest regards to Girl with Box. I am very sleepy and very tired. Thank you for hanging out with me today, and see you all on Monday. Bye.